José, 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 José. José, 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 José. Alô, alô, alô. Alô, alô, alô. Alô.
Tenho aqui três, não vou andar com quatro baterias atrás de mim.
Alô. Os 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alô, alô,
Ah!
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Canal 1. Vá. Alô, 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 alô. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3. Não mudes aí nada. Não, não mudes nada. Mete lá tudo como estava. Mete lá tudo como estava. Isso estava tudo certo. Alô, 1, 2, 3, Zé, estás a ver? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2.
And a very good afternoon and a warm welcome back to the fine shores of Portugal, more specifically the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest 2022 qualifying series action in Europe nears towards a conclusion where we're picking surfers for our Challenger Series, that pathway onto the Championship Tour. Lots of surfing to come with an action-packed couple of weeks in Portugal. And this afternoon, as we get ready to go again with day one of competition, myself, Paul Evans, joined by the insight and analysis and ever good humour of Chico Alves. How are we feeling, mate?
Great. We just had lunch, so I'm feeling great.
Your favourite lesson of the day, huh? Lunch break.
Yeah, good lunch break to come back with bigger waves and good action.
Speaking of waves, let's go and hear from our contest director, Hugo Pinellas, with Joanna Gonell.
Let me know, what was up with the hold? Why do we have to go on hold, and why are we back?
So we have to go on hold because it was pretty low the tide. The swell is getting very slow. So we had to wait so the tide start to coming in, and hopefully with the tide coming in, come a few more sets. We have 25 minutes each, so hopefully they have time to catch some good waves. We know that tomorrow also the forecast is not so great, so probably today we have to do our best and try to have good hits till the end of the day.
Well, there you go, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Joanna. Thank you, Hugo. Chico, do you like that call? Do you like it? Back on, incoming tide?
Yeah, I think Hugo made a good call. I think tomorrow we're going to have decreasing swell, so I think we need to run this afternoon. It's hard, but the boys rib, so...
Into it goes Dominguez Requena, and out of it as he kind of gets bounced out. Relatively routine manoeuvre. Our surfer out of Canary Islands out in this heat, taking on Aaron Strong, the Briton, by way of Portugal. We've got Ile Bouchan from Israel. Maël Laborde representing France. Adam Martinique in the Caribbean. Beautiful island over there in the Antilles. And over here in Portugal in somewhat chillier climes. But he'll be used to this, already having a little bit of experience competing. Looking to get past a pretty strong quartet of surfers. Just extending those heats out, offering a bit more time. And this is that early effort. He would have hoped to done better here, Chico.
I think this was his first wave. The 3.17 he got. He surfed it quite well. He looks fast. He looks like he's a light foot surfer, and he did the most of it. So yeah, starting real quick, and on his second one, we saw previously he fell, and the wave looked a lot better.
I like the dry hair for your opening score. Completely dry wig.
Was he?
So didn't have to duck dive yet. And looked like he just got out of a car or a train. Just ripping his way along a wave. 317, the number. We check out the green of Maël, looking pretty sharp with his haircut. Not wildly dissimilar to yours there, Chico. Lacking, obviously, the quite thick goatee, if I may say so. Dominguez Requena. He has started off with a little bit of whip, a little bit of spice. He's going to need to bring a lot of that energy. Aaron Strong, we've seen him do well in Portuguese events. He's a fiery competitor, isn't he? And he will look to ramp up that intensity. Ile Bouchan from Israel, because qualifying series just been in the Holy Land. Let's say it, Netanya Pro over there in Israel. Not blessed with surf this time out. We've had additions in the past. It's pretty solid conditions. This time out was a tricky one, to use the common parlance of tricky. It's kind of code for not very good in terms of the surf, but everyone had a great time over there as far as I know.
Ramsey taking the win.
Ramsey with a massive win. He had a very good time, didn't he? And really looking to finish his qualifying season with a bang. Take that momentum into the Changers, into the Challenger Series. Let's check out backhand attack of Bouchan. Bang, nice fizz from him. Another whip there. Keeping the speed, it'll just kind of flick a third and tag a fourth as well. Great way to open up.
You can tell by his body language that he was stoked, and was a really well surfed wave. Was really tiny but hollow, and he managed to fit 3 turns in there, which was quite hard in terms of the size of the wave. And I think Aaron replied too on this left, so let's see what Aaron did. 2 pumps, quick snap, and fit another one. A slower wave, less powerful, and here we see the replay of White. Big first snap, another one quick in transition, and it fits one more. So yeah, I think on this occasion, white is going to get the nod and looking great with a 4-8-3.
A little bit more energy being squeezed out of the Atlantic as this tide will flood back in on the bank and hopefully allow a little more shape as well. Had some pretty straight ones this morning. Decent number for Bashan, as you thought, 4-8-3. And it's the sharpest of the action so far in this. 25 minutes heat time for this round, so a little bit more time for our surfers to get their work done. 14 heats are possible of this round to bring you throughout the afternoon, so we're looking at hopefully a big afternoon of competition, getting things started on day one of the weighting periods. Of course, Chico, people who may be used to watching the championship tour, you know, will be thinking, is it going to lay days and time off? On the QS, we don't have so much sort of opportunity. We pretty much got to go through most days. We've got maybe a day off throughout the week, but not a lot of time to wait for it to get better. We just got to send them out.
Yeah, I think once you do the QS, you need to understand you're going to surf in all types of conditions.
You're going out, mate.
Yeah, you're going out.
It's
if
on.
It's 10 foot or 1 foot, you're going out. So, yeah, that's the life you chose, right? So, I think they are prepared. They know that when they come with 12 boards, epoxy board, 6/8s, and they're ready.
Some lines filling in. We pushed off that low tide, so getting in towards that mid-tide point, which seems to be a sweet spot here on this sandbar. And it's always good to see a little extra energy kicking through. Tomorrow looks pretty small, so we're hoping for a good afternoon. The wind's still blowing nice and offshore. It's slowed down a touch. It was a little bit hectic offshore this morning. Things have got lighter. It's still pretty crisp. It's pretty ruler-edged as we see Laborde having a look at a left here on the backhand. Here he goes. Good first hit. Bigger wave. Really nice. Good second turn. And manages to kind of unstick himself. And just arrived a wee bit late to get a third turn done. Dominguez Requena also with his left, which finishes heavy in here. And he did well just sort of whip that turn and get out of trouble. And he'll finish up very close quarters of Mayor Laborde down on the inside. And we might even get a little paddle battle to fire us up here, Chico. I hope so.
I don't see Blue interested in it, in the paddle battle. But yeah, he got a quick snap here. And yeah, as you said, he whipped it so fast here to get out of trouble. And he made it. And I thought Mael got the best wave of the hit. Look at this. Quick snap. He comes off the bottom. Boom, in transition. Got a little bit stuck in there. And that's why this was a no-make at the end there. But I think this was the best looking wave of the heat so far. And maybe Mael lost a bit of an opportunity there to put the best score of the heat so far on the board.
Absolute beaut of a left-hander there for the young Frenchman. Falling on that crucial finishing maneuver, but the first turn was strong, as is this man. That's literally his name. Aaron Strong opened up with that 3-1, and he's got another number to come in too. And he will be hoping to find himself kind of similar wave to what we just saw, whether it's a left or a right from Laborde, but just something with a little more juice. And when they come through, they do offer the opportunity to go a lot higher in the scoring range. We were quite compressed this morning, as is often the case in kind of under sort of shoulder, chest high waves. Tend to get a lot of those scores around about in the threes, even as keepers by the end of heats. Things already improving significantly in this one. A decent number coming in for Dominguez Requena. Just waiting for our last judge. It's going to be a mid-ranger. It's going to be the best of the heat so far. Comes in as a flat 5. Puts him up into first now. So Moises Dominguez Requena, that man right there, the young Spaniard. And he's improving his total.
Did you thought the wave of green 383 was that far away from the blue one? The first 2 heats Mael got. I thought it could be a little bit higher.
Yeah,
what's the thought?
obviously judges penalising for not finishing that wave.
Yeah, I think so.
Must be her. They want to see the strong finish.
And yeah, blue got the strong finish, whipping that tail around.
Yeah, degree of difficulty on that little double up section inside. So something of a missed opportunity for Laborde. Still 14 minutes for him. But we talk about those narrow margins. And we are just kind of willing these sets to come in. It doesn't seem to be moving. They're not in a hurry, are they? It takes a while for these sets to hit the sandbar here. So we'll watch them kind of plod in with a sort of reluctant pace. priority is with our Israeli surfer, Bushan. Might find himself a little bit off the peak here. The board having a little cheeky paddle from deep. He's pretty behind the section here. He'll just get one little hit, but he's never going to get into the open face going left on that. So just decides to give it a quick hotel room.
Selling tickets for the match.
Well, yeah, and he had those half and half scarves as well,
Yeah.
the Benfica Liverpool scarves.
Yeah.
So, you might see him outside the Stadio de Luz.
2 for 1.
Stadio de Luz?
2 for 1.
Yeah, you might see him out there. Well, half time.
Yeah, half
it's
time
like 3
he's
for
gonna
1.
be.
Yeah.
Popcorns, 2 for 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Slot
Mandy.
programs.
Nice guy to have around, Mandy.
Yeah.
He has everything. Tickets. Good attitude. Yeah.
Ah, look at those four just sitting there, nice and orderly, very colour coordinated. As our drone pilot will have a little flyby, and they'll have to be patient, just kind of keep scanning that horizon and really being very conscious of the priorities. It's going to be important here, Chico.
What a nice footage, by the way. They were in line. What might be going through their minds, sitting next to each other without any waves coming.
There's all sorts. Think about stuff they got to do this week. Oh yeah, I got to take that thing to the post office. haven't I?
Exactly.
Just like your personal admin that you got to do.
Like
Oh,
5
yes,
minutes.
that thing, the admin. I'm supposed to take those shoes back.
I think my mom called before.
Yeah, okay.
I'm going to return the call.
Yeah.
Maybe eating a cake after this hit, maybe?
There's always that as well. Yeah. Maybe
Yeah.
thinking about the big shop, big weekly shop. Well, that's
Maybe-
important too.
Yeah.
Well, a little lull of the action here. We're taking in the skyline of Lisbon. We're taking in not heaps of swell out of the Atlantic for now. We're going to get a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll wrap up our opening heat of the round. 128 from beautiful Costa de Caparica. Stay tuned. Welcome back to live coverage of Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest. Sees Moses Dominguez Requena, the Spaniard from the Canaries, in the lead at the moment in this. Under 10 minutes on the clock. The score to come in for our surfer, Ada Israel in white, who by the looks of things, Chico's used his priority here because he's on the inside. He's paddling back out. And I reckon there's a score coming his way. If it's bigger than a 3.35, he'll go to first. But at the moment, he's looking good in second spot.
Yeah, he started off really quick, and then he had priority, and he ended up doing it too. So it might be. Oh, he's up and running again. Quick hit there, and another one. He's got a good backside attack. He's quick, and you can tell he's fired up. He looked at the judges, selling the score, and yeah. So he used his priority. He got a 2, but then he got a 3.53 paddling back out. So. Yeah, he's right in the mix. He's in first place now, and let's see if this wave it's better than a 3.53. What do you think?
Yeah, he got the speed generation early, didn't he? And then tagged it a few times. It's a soft section, really. I mean, it's pretty much knee-high, but he squeezed absolutely every bit of energy out of it. Meanwhile, this is Mael on the backhand again.
Quick hit there. He gets in there again. Great style from Mael. Haven't seen him surf. Oh, and here was the 3.53. Eli got doing the break. So yeah, this was the wave we missed. Yeah, Mael has a good style. You can tell once he has the opportunity, he's going to open up. I like his rail-to-rail surfing.
Very light on his feet, important out here. It has been sort of an underpowered first day, really. Most of the energy going back out to sea in the form of this whipping offshore wind. But still some corners coming through and still some chances for surfers to get out of these early round and build a platform for the rest of the event, as we are running out of events for qualifying for the Challenger Series. We'll go up to Santa Cruz next week, so just up the coast here in Portugal. But other than that, we are settling our top elite surfers that we're sending to the Challengers, which was an exciting new addition from the World Surf League last year. Next heat getting ready. Habashi taking on Martin, Baun and Papa. Interesting, the choice of not having fins in the backup board seems not a great one. But anyway,
not the best strategy.
Something else to fiddle around with, but you don't need to during the thrust and parry of a heat. There's Baun. Oh, I like that, the Uggs. Keeping those feet nice and warm right until the last possible moment. Eduardo Papa wants to keep that blood going into the feet, maintain that sensitivity and that feel for the board. Ever important, particularly when waves are a little smaller. All about finding those little margins, those little corners. Meanwhile, not loads to bring you action-wise, other than Bushan with that lead. It's not a massive one, but he's good enough for about half a point from Dominguez Requena. Aaron Strong has been a little quiet, but he does have priority. It could be a crucial one. Live action here from Laborde out of Martinique, and he'll go with a nice whipping reverse.
Nice air.
Doesn't get it done, but Alves enjoyed the pop.
Yeah, he had a good pop, good flow in rotation. Let's see it again. He gets quick. That board looks great. Boom, great pop, but he had no angle to make it. And yeah, he fell off. But what a nice drone view. Nice footage. Great watercolor and fantastic action.
Under 6 minutes now. Aaron Strong in the red with the priority, looking for a number. He needs to go mid-range to get up into second place. 1 and 2 will take into the next rounds. So our surfer out of Great Britain looking for a mid-range score. He's been quiet in this one, just the 2 ways ridden, and they were pretty early on as well. A quick work done at the start of this, and then a very quiet heat from him. Well, that's also always got priority. It is his turn next time as we come through. Let's check the recap, see how our first heat of the round of 128 has gone down. Chico, this man here, Dominguez Requena, he's a fiery young Spaniard.
Yeah, he started this heat firing with his right-hander. He built really quick scores on the board. Eli responding with this quick backside turn. A lot of water moving, and he looks really quick and fired up. Yeah, here was Moises, 5 points. Quick turn there, and then he winds up off the bottom, and boom. Great turn to finish it off. And Eli looking for his backup here, the 383. Quick snap there, another quick one. A hard wave to surf, and he made the most of it, and that's why he's in first place. Great surfing, and yeah, can't wait for the last 4 minutes to unfold.
Good so far. Mistake-free surfing from Prashant. He's made the most of every opportunity that's come his way in terms of the waves, in terms of the sections as well. Meanwhile, using that priority crucially. Aaron Strong on the backhand. Good-looking wave. Set up turn. And then he'll get a little spice in his second maneuver, and he'll hit it hard for the 3rd time. And there is some of that passion that we mentioned. And he enjoyed that wave, and he needed it too.
Yeah, I love the passion. Aaron is always so competitive. He never gives up, and yeah, showing his competitiveness there.
The board's got a wave. He'll set up. What's he got in here? And he'll go. Nicely done. Just playing it a little safe. I think that was a wise call as he pushes up vertical and gets the recovery on a heavy section. So requirements for 3rd and 4th from our judges as we wait for these to come in. Aaron Strong, the requirement was a 5.07. This is what we just saw from Maël Laborde. Judges enjoyed it, Chico. They gave him a number 503.
Yeah, well deserved. 3-turn combo. He surfed it well. And yeah, the boys that were first and second jumped to third and fourth in a minute.
Absolute turnaround here. Strong with the 583. So the biggest number of the heat. And he waited a long time for that wave. And when it came, he grabbed the opportunities in first place right now. We've shuffled completely. First and second, as you mentioned, drop to third and fourth. Priority now with Moises Dominguez Requena. Looking for a low number himself, 387. Strong's fired up about something. Eye of the Tiger. And he'll want to hang on to that first place. But hot at his heels is our Israeli and our Spaniard surfer. Mail aboard as well in second. Under pressure, those two. They're going to need to try and find a way from down in the priority pack if they want to improve their number. They've both got backups in that 3 range. It always makes you vulnerable, Chico.
Yeah, I think it's a low-scoring heat, so anyone can make it at the end. So I think it keeps us... nice turn from Aaron again, trying to build on that 310 that he has on as his backup. What I was saying is, like, as the conditions are so hard, competitors are so close that, yeah, anything can happen in the matter of like seconds. Like the guy that stays on the heat in first, the whole heat can go to fourth in the last minute. So I think that's the most exciting thing about these type of conditions.
Tet swinging in, mate. Just over 90 on the clock. Can we see a move? Dominguez Requena in the blue has got priority. I see feet kicking. I see people paddling in all sorts of directions. I like it. It's confusing. It's intriguing. Can Dominguez Requena use the pry? I will stick with the left from Laborde, looking to play defense on second spot. Big first turn. He gets a double up. Ooh, that was nice. And a nicely put together wave. And he's got some spark, this kid. A minute to go. He'll try and get his way out the back. On the other side of that was our Spanish surfer. We'll stick with the Frenchman right here.
Yeah, good first hit there. I think this will be Miles' best wave, and this last one was really nice too. So great combination of 2 big turns, and let's see what Moises did on the right hand there. Quick 2 for 1 there. He was needing 387. Let's see if the judges think this is a 387. 2 quick turns there. But yeah, I don't think it will be enough. But that's only my
Comes in
opinion.
Under 357 for him, not enough. Meanwhile, Bashan, 404 the requirement. That was a nice turn. He'll get a little bonus crack of the whip as well. Is that good enough for a 404?
Well, I think that second turn looked really good. It was really fast and looked sharp. But I think he had to fit another one in there clean to maybe get that 407. As we see, Mail got the best wave of the heat, as I was saying.
Well judged, Chico.
Thanks. 623, I think, was the best wave by far of the heat.
No, you said it, mate. Yeah.
And yeah, I think we are waiting for the last of Eli. That can maybe change the situation. And yeah, it comes in under 367.
Still got a score for Moises Dominguez Requena, who can threaten that man, Aaron Strong. Let's have a look at what Strong got done.
Quick snap and another one. So he did a quick claim there. I don't know if he is trying to sell that 310.
I think he's just generally excited.
And he
about
sold
life.
it. He sold it 327. He got rid of that small backup. He put just
Mael aboard, all smiles as he brings it in. And to make it official, he'll win that heat. Strong in second place. A good heat, Mael aboard, who was quiet early on. And he got himself into form and just improved by around about sort of half a point or slightly over each time he stood up, basically. Built himself a total, went into first place. And he'll be back to fight again in the next rounds. That'll wrap things up for our first heat of the round of 128 by my reckoning. If that was our 9th heat, we got 95 or so more heats yet to come. We'll keep the heat counter running. And Smail aboard with his squad on the beach. A little debrief from them. First place, good value for it too. He did well out there. They are coming through every now and again. They're getting a little more consistent as well, those sets. That's why we went on hold, just to offer a little bit more opportunity. We've got more live surfing coming at you from Estrella. We're going to bring Ben Mundy back in the studio too for the call. All that's coming right after the break.
Almada, território de muitos.
Meanwhile, using that priority crucially. Aaron Strong on the backhand. Good looking wave. Set up turn. And then
He never gives up and showing his competitiveness.
the board's got a wave.
Big surfing going on, and we have all sorts of beautiful views. That's a break call looking over to Lisbon, Cascais in the distance there. Sunny-ish skies. We've got some beautiful offshore breezes, a little bit of a tiny bit of a swell wrapping into the banks of Caparica. I've replaced Paul Edwards. Paul Evans has gone out to have just a bit of a break, refreshen up, cleared the pipes, washed the hair. I'm back in the booth here with Chico Alvarez. You haven't gone anywhere, Chico. And look, we've got some small waves, but we've got some fun waves.
Yeah, Mael Laborde surfed really well. The last heat, he got two lefts, really clean conditions now, small but clean, as we see Charlie here.
Yeah, Charlie Martin's already surfed one heat this morning and got through in the last dying minutes with a bit of clutch surfing on his backhand. He's known kind of favourite weapon of choice, especially when it gets smaller. Really deadly on that backhand. And, just made a mistake there, so out there to regroup. 25-minute heats. I think he got his bit of an administrative error, and he had to got it in late. Had to start the first round. Now we start to see some of the bigger heats, bigger seeds starting to come through. And Charlie, it's a nice wave she gave, just couldn't quite get around this last section.
Yeah, I think this wave was really quick and small, but I think he made the most of it. I think this was during the break. He got a 517 on this one. Quick snap there, another one. He's looking so quick. And blowing the tail out. Charlie looking really good. And he's using the same board. He's using the same board as last year.
Well, is he? Yeah, well, work got him to the final. He's already got 3 or 4 waves just in the brief time we're on the break, so he's been super busy. I think he probably learnt from his first heat. He was a little bit slow out of the blocks and had to wait to the very end. This time he's going, no way, I'm going straight in. A couple of quick fire rights and a left. And yeah, as you say, same board, that Dylan Longbottom, shaper based down in Cronulla, Australia, but has a really strong affiliation with the Org crew up there in his scenes up there in near Lisbon. So yeah, he's got a good board on his feet. He's got a board that works here, and he's looking sharp. Already off to a pretty strong start. And in this situation now, we can just sort of sit back. He's got a few waves. No need to get involved in this type of hassling, can he, Chico? He can just sort of cruise a bit for a few minutes at least. Hold that thought. Just right now, speaking of someone that isn't cruising, it's Joanna Garnell. She's down there on the beach with the winner of the last heat.
Feeling, how was your heat?
The waves are very little, but I take my 2 best waves at the finish of the heat, and I'm very happy to win this heat.
Mael was saying before the interview that he doesn't speak very well English, that he wants to say a few words in French. But if you keep winning, you're going to have to learn English, right? Do you want to say a few words back home?
Ouais, mais je suis super content de gagner cette série et j'espère qu'il y aura de meilleures vagues pour la suite.
Thank you very much. Good luck in the next round.
Thank you. Yeah, there's Maeve. Yeah, only young on the scene. And look, it's a bit ridiculous that we're forcing French and Portuguese people to speak English in a Portuguese webcast. We know that is a bit of a joke, but you know what? They're learning. They're such quick learners, and we see Eduardo Papa. He's on fire as well, really sharp. Spends a lot of time down there in France as well, the Italian, but sharp surfing. And yeah, Laborde, I assume, and you might be able to tell me whether he's a relation to PV Laborde, who's another great surfer from up in France. So we'll find that out. But some big talent coming out of there of France, and some he just looked pretty relieved to get through.
Yeah, and well deserved for him. As we see, wide paddling here. Fantine.
Yeah, a little wave. Habashi cracks the first one. There's a second. Just can't get a third. He had a little break. Just as the swell reorganised itself, maybe dead low tide, causing a bit of an issue. What's the tide? What is the tides? I mean, obviously it varies with the size of the swell here, but typically, when you do most of your surfing, high tide, low tide, mid tide?
It depends on the conditions, but if it's quite bigger, I like high tide because I surf on the inside. Normally it gets like more punchy, and then when it's just perfect and like good sandbanks on the low tide, I prefer when it's far out. But normally I'm not like a good paddler. I like to surf waves close to the shore.
I reckon there's two types of surfers: a high tide guy or a low tide guy. You know, sometimes up in France,
I think
you see the high tide guys always hunting the rip bowls and the shories, then you'll get the sort of low tide guys like those big guys out the back, and they don't even see each other. They cross paths once every 4 full moons. They'll just happen to cross path and they'll just wave. But
I'm the high tide guy.
You're the high tide guy. Yeah, I think I'm a low tide guy.
Are you?
Yeah, I think
you like to do all the paddle.
Yeah, less people way out the back. Yeah.
I love the shory.
I don't mind a shory, don't get me wrong, but I grew up sort of outside banks when the low tides were always best, breaking way out the back. So I think it's a bit of a kind of where you grew up. Let's go deeper to the tide chart. And we've got time, haven't we? So low is at 11:39, high is at EC just before 6 o'clock tonight. So we're aiming to go right through that. There might be a chance of the high tides swallow things up here in this little swell potentially, or should be all right. So we'll see, aiming to get down 14 heats of this round. That's what the powers that be are aiming. We'll see if we can achieve that. But right now, kind of mid-tide, kind of working. And we've got Charlie Martin out in the lead. And then a bit of a scrap for those other 4 spots. Lead surfer there. No Bahul. In priority, in blue. Oh, there's a good shot. The drone of the banks that sort of run down. You get little rip bowls off those, your little high tide rip bowls. Sometimes you get off those piers. Is that correct, Chico Alves? You get a little, sometimes just next to the piers, you get some little runners if you know your spot. Oh, I don't want to give away all the secrets of the town, mate, but you know.
I just love south swell with offshore winds. South swell here is the best.
Right.
You get the lefts coming from the piers, and it runs to the middle of the beach, and it gets really punchy and really clean. And yeah, I love those lefts near the piers. They get really good and sandy, you know, like.
Shy can't get around that section. Bit of frustration there. Yeah, the left's off the piers. Well, you're a goofy footer as well, so that's perhaps no surprise. We've got some south winds coming later in the week. I'm not sure if we've got the south swell. It looks pretty straight on, is it?
Yeah, I think we're going to have south winds, which is good for the rights, and the left gets really soft.
Yeah.
But the right gets good air wind for the rights and good sections.
Cool, cool. All coming our way.
And yeah, it looks like Charlie's using the same board as last year's final.
It happens, doesn't it, a lot? Sometimes guys just get that magic board, especially for the right conditions, and they put it on ice if they can and bring it out when it matters. And it obviously was working last year in these type of waves, so he's brought it back out. Yeah, we're talking about Dylan. He's sort of known for his big wave shaping and his big wave toe boards, but making a lot of boards for a lot of people, a lot of short boards as well. He's a really good surfer himself. Actually, I don't know if you've seen some of the footage from Sydney over the last sort of week. There's some giant waves, well, giant for Australia anyway, down in Sydney and the East Coast. And Dylan was, yeah, and his daughter was towing and paddling to some monsters. So he's still got the chops, old Dylan, and yeah, making boards for Charlie for quite some time now. They've got a really good relationship in terms of their boards, so working out quite well. And he's just trying to find some space here, and he's hunting a little left. There he goes. Despite the size, he still just put a mocker on him, but he still can get right in the pocket. Very few surfers have been able to whip it round so tightly in the arc as Charlie, and even though he fell off, I think he's looking good.
He already did 7 waves, so he's in form. And yeah, he just dig the rail there. It's just hard to. It's just so easy to dig your rail on your backside when you're coming back out of the backside turn here now, when you hit it, and then you want to go straight up into the next turn. And he's just, when it's this small, it's really easy to happen.
It's hard because, you know, like if we're normal surfers, or I mean, you're quite a talented surfer, Chico, but most people in these type of conditions are racing down the line, maybe riding a twin fin or a fun board, just trying to get some speed. But these guys, you got to get it in the pocket to get points. You got to really push it. It's really difficult, as you say, to generate spray or to
whip it in the
pocket.
Yeah.
You know, because you lose speed straight away, and then you're in no man's land. So it's a really difficult task. But these guys are onto it. Charlie is leaving that one. So this is Edward Papa on the left. No, Bahan going for his first wave on the right. You see Papa just cracking it there.
Great wave from Papa. I think he managed to fit 2 quick snaps in there, and then I think the judges are loving these last strong turns. I think he was just like a setup again, but this last one, boom, a lot of spray coming out of that board, and I think the judges are gonna enjoy that last turn. As we see Blue here, he got a 2-for-1. Not the most powerful wave to work with, but yeah, he fit 2 quick snaps in there.
And waited a long time for that, probably 15 minutes. But right now, yeah, so he waited a long time for that wave, eventually got it. It's not going to be a huge score, but at least he's off the board and running. We're going to come back and be running right after this short commercial break with more live action from the Costa de Caparica. We've got the beautiful sandy shore. We've got some little small swell. We've got Ben Mundy and Chico Abeles in the booth. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back after this. To live action across the Caparica beach down here in Lisbon. We are rifling through these heats. This is the 10-minute mark. You see Noah Bahoon on his second wave, just trying to get back in the game at a very slow start. Charlie Martin has been off and running, ridden 8 or so waves, only 2 of counting, so he's out in the lead. Papa in second. I saw Eduardo Papa. He was hanging out with Justin Becret, Justin, French surfer who surfed in the CT, and he hung around the whole CT action, trying to get some, get involved in the scene and watch from the best surfers. As we see Habashi, just one turn, and this is that man there, Bahoon, just trying to generate a bit of speed, a bit slow on that one, Chico, and a bit more spray in the second, but just that wave, just not a lot of power.
Yeah, he couldn't really open up in any of those turns. He was quite horizontal, and that's why the score is coming in quite low. I think Noe Bahoun, you can tell he needs some more space to work with, and once he gets it, he's going to open up for sure.
8.5 minutes, there's the heat leader and top seed. Distinctive mane of Charlie Martin. Just got a strong start, afford himself a bit of breathing room. It's been so consistent, probably for a decade now, right at the top echelons of European surfing and world surfing. Just never been able to just click that extra gear to get into that all-important CTs. He's come close, he's been in the mix. So now he's desperately trying to get another crack at the CT or the Challenger Series. I think the waves and the Challenger Series would kind of be good for Charlie when you think about Snapper. I mean, Manly's a beach break, which he's helpful at, but obviously in Portugal, Ribeira de Ilhas, he knows very, very well. Hossigar, he's born and bred, he surfed a lot of time there. And Hawaii, where he opens up. So, if you get him in some quality waves, you could do some damage. Just never been able to quite get over the line. It shows you how difficult it is.
How good is to have the QS in Snapper?
Yeah, it's going to be pretty crazy. That's going to be really exciting, because I remember when J Bay, for I think 2 years or so, it turned into a QS and they got absolutely pumping waves. And as soon as you got 4 surfers in the water, there's so much more action. And, such is the quality of that Challenger Series field. All the CT guys coming off the CT will be firing. So that's actually going to be a nice, pleasant change. Yeah, it's super exciting. In May, it's a good time of year too. We've seen swell like all this week. April, May can get really fun. You're not relying on those cyclone swells, but you just get a lot of those big southerly sort of east coast lows that come up. So yeah, it should be the banks look good. Everything's set up. Just waiting to see which Europeans can get through and become that top 10. See Verwurst just limbering up for his next heat. Amir Raffaelli, Arkin, Pepe Tiguez. So it's pretty relaxed at the moment. Bit of a posse. I mean, that next heat's full of some unknown names each year. We just start to see new talent coming through and see if they can upset the established order. We got some big names to contend with at the end of the event. We start to see Rams Bouquet, Maxime Husneau, Carly Vast. And those big names are coming up. But right now, it's Sabashi. That's a big turn. He's been able to get some turns in, but only one, and just got a little bit caught up. Meanwhile, Martin moving, zooming, tweaking. And you can see he's a bit frustrated, but there's not much more he can do with that wave. He was pumping down the line and just couldn't quite finish off.
And White Fantine, he had a really good wave and he ended up falling. Here Martin, quick jam there, another one. And yeah, he's making the most of it. And boom, another one.
That's so well served, wasn't it? But almost generating his own speed. What went wrong here?
Yeah, he got stuck here. You see? Oh, it's so easy to dig the rail there. That rail, inside rail, when you're coming back from the turn, it's easy to dig. And when it's small, it happens a lot on your backside. So
it's going again now. That one not going to do it.
But yeah, I think he had the opportunity there. That wave was bigger, was steep, and the judges love like a good steep section. And Fantine, he attacked it. So I think he was on his way to make the 5-3 he needs. As we see Green of the next heat preparing.
Charlie Martin and Green in this heat. He's been busy. That's 2 big turns. Can you finish off? He can. So great surfing from Martin. He looks happy with that. And he's just a cut above these surfers. Too much talent, too much experience. He's got 10 waves. In the old days, he'd have to come in now, but not anymore. He's like, yep, he's right. Don't know what he's asking for his scores. Yeah, and one of the old rules of surfing was the old 10, you could only catch 10 waves in a heat. That was removed, which made sense. I don't even know why it was originally involved. Maybe just a computer programming kind of thing, but he's back out there. He's still got 3.5 minutes. So he's got 10 minutes in, well, just over 20-minute heat. So every couple of minutes he's catching a wave, and the last one was his best one, 5.23. So going to watch a recap. I'd assume it's going to feature a lot of this man, Charlie Martin. He's been great, hasn't he, Chico? He's just looking really on point.
Yeah, he's surfing quick. You can tell that board looks amazing, and that blow tail there. I thought this was the best wave of the heat so far. And yeah, Charlie again with that low tail reverse, easy, and he's looking fired up. Here, Eduardo Papa with his wave of response with that 4.9 at the start of the heat, looking really good. And here was the 5.23, if I'm not mistaken, by Charlie just then, and he was able to end it up with a quick snap there, looking fired up and ready to do some damage.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's one of those earlier waves is probably his best wave, but it's all rudimentary. He's got a really pretty solid lead, although things can change quickly as we see some lines approaching out the back. So Sets trying to work out where these straight lines is going to bend off the bank onto a corner. Papa's got priority. He's not looking at that one. Martin, though, he keeps pulling the trigger. Banging down the line, gonna go for an air here. Just can't stick that. Out the back. See if anyone else can. And that was no. Bahoon, he couldn't get around that section, so that's set. You get excited sometimes. You see these big sets or the bigger sets that come through, but those ones just didn't quite break off the bank. So a bit frustrating for those guys needing a score. Van Ten and White only needing a 4.61. You can see Papa, who has priority, sticking pretty close to him. Not letting him out of his sight at this stage. 90 seconds on the clock. Charlie's looks like he's done enough. He's got 11 waves and calling it a wrap. Which, not sure is that wise a move. If two of these guys get two big scores, he could be in trouble, but he's confident.
I thought the first wave of Charlie, the wrap,
yeah,
another snap and the blow tail.
Yeah, could have been worth a few more, couple of extra points, you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a 5.17 that one. And
compared to the 5.23, I thought was better. So yeah, but he's making it, and he's in the lead, and we see Fantin needing a 4.61 and Noe Bahoun still needing a 5.8. Let's see if we see another flurry of action in the last 30 seconds. Conditions are improving, and I think it's better than in the morning. What do you think?
Yeah, it looks a bit more defined, doesn't it? As we see Papa, he's got priority, so he's going to make sure he uses it. It could be considered a paddle. His opponent has forced him into it, but looking over it, 10 seconds on the clock, that was probably the last battle. It does get priority change, but it was still a good move in terms of holding his opponent off. And now with 2 seconds on the clock, I think this wave's going to come too late, and it's after the hooter. So there are the small margins in surfing. Two of the best waves potentially. Abashi, this is after the hooter, won't count, but he gets his turns in now. There's a second turn he's been looking for the whole time. There's Dylan board. You can tell by the wax job it's been under the shed for a little while. Charlie's happy. No fins in that backup board. Might have been interesting. But looking good. Surfed really well. Really convincing. You So Charlie will go up there, dry off. One of his many rewards of the heat. There's a chat with Joanna Garnell. But right now, we're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with more live action for the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest 2022 right after this.
Almada, território de muitos.
Caparica. We are through to the round of 128, heat 3 here. My name is Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth by Jose Ferreira. Jose, what have you been up to, mate? You had a bit of a break. What have you been doing? Anything exciting?
Hot bath.
Had a hot bath.
Actually.
Nice.
A relaxed bath, not a shower. A bath.
Just a nice bath to get you in the just get you in the mood for Big Dave commentary.
Yeah, it was one of my previously routines in competitions.
Was it?
Yeah.
Back in preheat bath.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
Not preheat.
Okay, well, looks like this man, Matisse Verwurst, he's up. Nice little strap off the top, another little sort of wiggly arms, and he's just trying to get some extra thing and just pulls out, manual out the back. Some action. This is Edo Arkin. It's a 6-point ride while we're on the break, so you don't have to get a hot bath beforehand. He was pretty sharp. And Pepin Diguez, so flashing down the line. Nice bit of spray. Unorthodox style, but working hard on that. So we've got a Belgium, Israeli, 2 Israelis, and several from Holland. So yeah, really interesting mix of surf. It's just showing the professional surfing and how far it's come. You know, 5-10 years ago. You know, to see a Belgian and an Israeli surfer and a Dutch surfer would have been unheard of. But now, Zay, it's it's more and more common.
Yeah, and let's just see. Matisse was interesting in this one. It's just also interesting to see every time there's a place that starts having more competitions, especially international competitions. A few years later, you see the impact that has on the local scene. I mean, at least from my point of view, I've been seeing way more Israeli surfers doing well and doing competitions these days than perhaps 5 or 6 or 7 years ago. So it's really nice the outcome in terms of the surfing level that comes from having competitions in different places. We were talking about that earlier in Portugal with the CT, but yeah.
Yeah, it really does. It's interesting. That's a good point, because you put these events in different parts of the world and they really impact the local communities. I mean, I remember when I was young, back in the Neolithic era, and there was an event started off in my hometown of Newcastle, and you take time off school, you go in, you get so frothed on seeing the pros, you'd just be so caught up in the dream or so just stoked on professional surfing and try and want to be them, you know. And I think you do the same in Israel. You're right. That event down there, in Tel Aviv, has sparked, which already had a great surfing culture, but it's really sparked a competitive fire in those surfers.
Yeah,
even down in, I mean, I know Caparica's been a bit of a hotbed for a while, but just having these best surfers come down here for the local Caparica surfers and the Groms, it's pretty exciting and puts fire in their belly, huh?
It's epic. Yeah. In Portugal, we've been lucky for many years. Actually, before the CT was up in Peniche, we had not sure about the years, but it was the 90s. In Figueira da Foz, we used to have the CT there, and we had the epic Ribeira de Ilhas in Ericeira, the QS, which was there for a lot of years. Then we had a pause, but I grew up to that one and definitely had an impact. But you were saying that it's so right. I was in Israel for the QS a few years back, 5 or 6 years ago, and I was really mesmerized by the surfing culture that exists there for a long time, in terms of boards, in terms of surfers, surf schools, you know, just a passionate industry there. I was very surprised.
Yeah, it's the same up here. We got Pepin Tigges from Holland. I don't know a lot about Pepin's background, but you know, there's a really big surf scene up there in Holland, up in The Hague, around that area.
True that.
You know, and Scheveningen. It's just a lot of surfs. Well, we see the Israeli surf, the arc and going for it, but yeah, and even those spots, you're just really surprised the depth and interest in the surf culture. And if there's waves breaking, you know, there's people just get hooked, and there goes a strong 2 turns. And Raphael, can he get a 3 for 1? And he does. And just makes a mistake. They're the type of mistakes that the coaches will be screaming on, because he had 2 really good turns. Just needed to finish it. It wasn't that difficult a section, but he did the first 2 turns with strong.
Yeah, first snap right there, straight to the next one. Then he pushes the board and he falls kind of funny there.
It's almost nerves, I'd imagine that. There's no more, you know, you put, if he would do that turn 100 times in a free surf, he'd make it. See a big left streaking down the line. Ooh. Pepin, it's a Dutch surfer. Not used to offshores, I'd imagine. Get a lot of wind swell, a lot of storm swells up in the North Sea that they ride. But yeah, Amir Raffaelli going back out there and arcing, just not be able to finish their waves. But the waves just seem to be improving. Bit of the push of the high tide. The size maybe just increased a tad. And this was a nice looking wave.
He was going really fast. Kind of fin throw there, and the second one wasn't as expressive, but I had a really composed surfer. You know, he has that kind of Moroccan style with his arms. At least that's beautiful surfing right there. Good first turn, second one, and then this end section can't be easy. Everyone's falling on it.
You see Raffaelli fanging down the line, going to go for an air, you think, here. He's never going to make that. Very difficult wind for those type of manoeuvres. But yeah, real flurry of activity.
Yeah, you were talking about Schweiningen? I don't really know how to say it. In The Hague.
We're going to need the Dutch to pick us up on that one.
And I was invited to a little surf trip by Marlon Lipke like 8 years ago, but maybe after the interview.
Yeah, hold on, I'm interested in it. I want to hear this story.
Yeah.
So I'm not being rude, but we do have the heat winner down there on the beach with the Goanna Garnell.
Thanks, Ben. Congratulations. I mean, 2 heats in one day, that must feel really, really great.
Yeah, I'm stoked to be back. 2 heats in a day since the beginning of the year. It's my first comp, so I'm stoked. Good day.
And how have the conditions changed since the hold?
They did a pretty good job, actually. I was complaining. They're running back, and waves picked up a little bit, and the forecast doesn't look too good, so it was good they run it, and there's still some waves, so I just served, get a lot of wave, and make the heat. So
and what are you going to do for the rest of the day?
Go sleep. It was my birthday yesterday, so I had a couple of drinks. So I need to sleep.
Well, that seems like the way to go then. Get some drinks on today.
No, sleep tonight.
Well, happy late birthday, and congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you, guys. See you.
Classic Martin.
No filters.
Nah, mate, honest as the day he was born. He was complaining. He can do that. But, you know, he's also admitted it, that the organisers made the right call. And classic Charlie, real character of the sport. Yeah, so you got invited by Marlon Lipke to go up to Holland to surf up there.
Yeah. And there's a Yannick de Jager, surfer from Holland.
Great surfer, yeah.
And he was talking about like this swell that's gonna come in, and it's gonna. There's a wave working like Snapper Rocks in Rotterdam, near the Rotterdam port, and so it was kind of a weekend trip, a mission, and I was really, really out of my mind surprised with what I saw.
Really?
With what I saw. It was just one session.
Yep.
But it was crazy perfect.
No way.
Really crazy perfect. I never imagined to surf like Rotterdam. The Rotterdam port is like almost a city. It's a huge thing.
Yeah.
And we scored. We really scored. Mission trip.
Right-hander.
Right-hander.
Right-hand point or just a reef?
Beach break, but it has the snapper rock effect with the sand coming out of the tube.
Oh, right.
So it, it's really shallow and just a perfect little wave.
No way.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Yeah, well, there you go. There's waves in Holland, and we've got our Dutch surf out there. Only needing a 3.28 to advance. We're going to go to a short commercial break and come back and see if he can do that and get through to the next round. Stay tuned, folks. There's more live action right after this short commercial break. And welcome back to live action here. We are at the Costa Caparica beach in Portugal. We have got some more live action. 10 minutes to go on this heat. Ido Arkin from Israel is out in front. Baptiste Verworst from Belgium in second. Pepin Tigges from Netherlands in third. And here goes that man there, Pepin. Just can't make it to that section. Amir Raffaelli in third, or in fourth place, but very tight at the moment. And not a whole lot between these four surfers. Really classic cosmopolitan scene of European surfing. From Israel up to the Netherlands. And had some fun waves. But no one, except for Ido Arkin, got his first wave. A 6-point ride. And that's been the only marker. Only differentiation point between the four surfers at this stage. But still plenty of heat left in this. 10 minutes to go. 25-minute heats. You expect it's going to go down to the wire like a lot of these ones. still interested in this Rotterdam. I mean, how much can we talk about this wave? I mean, is it how secret is it?
I was thinking
you might be black banded. You're black banned in Holland, mate, right now.
Yeah,
Good
exactly.
luck going back to Amsterdam, pal.
Wanted.
You'll be marched out of there in a heartbeat.
Exactly. Well, to do justice, the wave only breaks like once a year.
Right.
And you really need to know the swell and, you know, the storm and the wind, because it's a very sensitive wave with the tides and everything. So, you know, Pepin here.
Oh, it's a big carve there from the Dutchman. And how many guys are out there when it broke?
Around 15 guys.
Oh, okay.
But everyone was so nice, and, you know, no localism, no bad localism. People were happy to have foreigners around. There was a few longboarders. It's really cold because, well, I can say it only breaks in the winter time. That's
when it keeps giving away more and more information.
Yeah, I know.
Feeding,
slowly.
Freezing cold. That North Sea is not known for its warmth.
Yeah, but crazy.
Yeah, and there's, as we say, there's so many. Yeah, the Dutch surf scene is strong.
We actually took a photographer, Flint.
Jeff Flint. Yeah.
He came with us.
Jeff. So he's got the goods.
He's got the goods.
Did it ever get published?
I don't think so. I'm not sure. Maybe Surf Europe back in the day, but I'm not totally sure.
Paul Evans probably saw like Europe's best wave breaking in Rotterdam and went, oh, there's actually a rip bowl down in Bourdain, so I might just go surfing and ignore that email if I know Evans.
Rotterdam, what's this? Not boats again. Come
Rotterdam, Schmotterdam. I'm going to do another profile of Carl Williams. Let me see. But yeah, that was a while ago. And imagine since then there's only been an influx and an interest in the surf scene up there. They had a bit of a tragedy, well, not a bit of a tragedy, a tragedy up in the Hague, where some kite surfers and surf instructors, real part of the fabric, lost their lives in a freak kind of storm where all the sea foam unfortunately took a few lives. But even that was a galvanising effect, where the whole surf community rallied around each other and support each other. And yeah, they're doing great things up there. Really prevalent in the ISA and the fight to get the Olympics. Right now, though, Tiggers, he needs a 3.28. He's had some good waves. His wave selection's been good. Just hasn't been able to sort of finish off his turns, or just look a bit sort of real secure on his board. But he's right in the mix. Look at that. Blackboard's always looking pretty deadly. You see Ian Costa already surfed once this morning. Got through his heat. I think first heat of the day, actually. So he's back out there, looking pretty focused.
We'll have our world surfer, Nikita Adiv.
Yeah, Nikita Adiv. So he's surfing. Well, he's from Russia, but he's surfing as a neutral surfer. He had a good event in the Azores, actually, when we were there last year in September. I think got to maybe through to the round of 64, even the round of 32. It was really got some barrels, got some big tubes, and obviously with the political situation there that we're all aware of. Now surfing under the neutral flag, and he's up next. So there's a geopolitical intrigue going on there, which
can't be easy for a Russian surfer or Russian athlete that wants to stay neutral. Regarding the conflict, to come and compete, you know, it must be a hard position to be in.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of interest around any Russian athletes right now and their approach and how the world's treating with it. Right now, though, Raffaele on his backhand needs a score, surfing well. Can he finish it? One more, and does, and he hasn't been able to do that. You can tell by his body language he liked it.
Yeah, that was a little no-claim.
Needed a 5.5. He may have played it just a little bit safe. But at the very least, Amir has got himself back in the game.
Let's watch the replay on that. First good hit. Water, that was pretty strong there. And then these last two turns, well, he did well, but nothing too solid. The wave really got small. And then Matisse to the right, didn't see this one. Just the one turn.
Yeah, that's not going to bother the judges too much. It's all about that score of Raffaele. 3-turn combo. Is it a 5.5? Surfed it well the first turn. Had some oomph, had a bit of spray. Then those next two were just a little bit soft, so we'll see where the judges put that. Big score to come in. Could completely change the configuration of this heat.
Yeah, heats can change like in 10 seconds, right?
Yeah.
In a day like today.
We got a 4.63, so it does mean that his score now is only a 3.25, and we've got Pepin Tiguez needing a 3.28. So surfers in red and green needing a low score. And we've got Arkin out in front, pretty safe. It's the Dutch maestro the Belgian maestro Matthijs Verwoost that is now under threat, and they're all pretty clumped together, talking it through. The recap here. So this is what went down over the last 22 minutes. Edo Arkin started off strong. This is the best wave of the heat. 6-point ride. And that's what got him in the lead and finished off. So they're just a bit stronger. To compare that with that last wave we saw of Raffaele, you can see why there's just a little bit more juice, huh?
Yeah, definitely. Those waves were, you know, bigger, more space on the turns he did, more water, more power. So definitely got awarder for that. This is Matthijs. This is his 487. Might be his 3 points, but I think 487 because that first one was nice. So we had some action in this heat. Edo Arkin really standing out, and Matthijs, Pepin, and Amir, they're pretty close. They're separated by 0.8. So it's anyone's game. It's just a matter of waves to come in. We still have 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go. So it's still pretty open. But yeah, just. Pepin and Amir are praying for waves at this moment.
Yeah, the problem that Raffaele has got, he's in 4th priority. Here he goes, though. Just trying to sneak away from his competitors. Tiguez is in 2nd priority, so he's got a bit of a breathing space. And here he goes, just looking at this wave. He's also just trying to get away from his competitors. Breaking off the bank.
It's so frustrating when it's like 2 minutes to go and you just need an opportunity, and and you can't find a wave. But Raffaele's.
Okay, Raffaele's his last shot at the dice potentially. One big turn.
3.25.
3.25. So I mean, you potentially, it's only one wave combination could get you that 3.25. I don't know if that was it though. He's going back out. His body language suggests not. What do you think, Zay? What are you calling?
No, I don't think so. Small wave, one turn. Good effort though.
Good battle out the back. We've got Arkin with priority in white. He uses it. Pepin on the left. That's not going to be enough. So we still have Verwoost out there with priority. It's been a tight battle. A whole lot of quality, if we're honest. Probably just that 6-point ride, the only wave of any real sort of memorable factor. And we look at this replay, this is not going to help him. Pepin just not really doing it. And then this wave for Edo Arkin, he was already in the lead. That's a bit more turn. He's getting the better waves. Backhand's been pretty good.
Yeah, he has a tight backside, and he's consistent, solid, and confident.
Yeah,
looks like.
The Israelis like it. Look at the brains trust there. They're fired up. And we've got a score coming in at 4.6, so he's improved his lead, but that is kind of not what we're interested really. I mean, he's interested in it. He's getting through to the next round, but it's Tiguez and Raffaele, and we see Arkin, that's that man there. So he's got his heat in the bag. He's coming in. See the circles in there in the distance, loving it, and a little twist to Rooney to finish off. He's home and hosed. And looks like there's going to be no more waves ridden. So that's the end of that heat. That's a wrap. Arkin and Verwurst are through. Raffaelli had his chances, couldn't take them. You can see the disappointment on that young man's body language. It's all part of the learning experience. You lose more than you win on the QS. God knows I should know all about that. And we have got that man
I can
there.
second that
Arkin,
too.
he's happy. So other guys just have to suck it up, learn from their lessons, come back stronger in Santa Cruz. That's a good thing about this event. There's another option. There's another bite of the cherry just around the corner. But right now, we're going to go on to the next heat. Pretty sharpish. Luan, Nogues, Nikita Adviv, Francisco Quemodo and Ian Costa. But right now, as that man trudges up to say g'day and a thanks to his brain trust there, these rallies, we're going to go to a short commercial break, come back with more live action from the Estrella, Galicia, Caparica Surfers 2022 right after this short commercial break.
No, it's fantastic. It's so great. It's fantastic. It's so good.
Almada, território de muitos.
A very warm welcome back to live action from beautiful Lisbon, Portugal. Straight Galicia Caparica Surf Fest sees our heat number for the round of 28. Luan Noga France, Nikita Avdiva, neutral athlete, Francisco Queimado from Portugal, Ian Costa from Brazil. We saw Costa earlier on this morning in the early round, and he's back at this now. A little more swell in the water as we're watching waves making it towards the Bay of Lisbon. Our swell continue to fill in throughout this afternoon, along with the tide. Tomorrow might be small. We're looking all right for the time being, though. Myself to talk you through it, Paul Evans. Joining me, Zay Ferreira. Mate, we're liking the way the tide's putting a little more water on this bank and offering some more angles for the swell, some more scoring opportunities too.
Yeah, Nikita here, our neutral surfer. Well, he looks loose and sharp. Nice wave. Really good leg work there. And Francisco Queimado here, our young Portuguese surfer. And yeah, there's a bit more water. There's, you know, the waves were closing out a little bit in the morning, especially to the end of the heats. And now there's a bit more angle to surf. There's waves. So as you were saying, the waves are dropping for tomorrow. So definitely a good call from Hugo Pinheiro.
Ooh, I like the paddle battle energy. Got the outboard motor going, kicking the legs, having a little look round to see where Avdiv was. Queimado securing that third priority. The intensity's there from him, the young Portuguese. Let's get another look at this wave here of Avdiv. He put a lot into these turns, a lot of energy here, Zay.
Yeah, and look at his base. You know, he's solid surfing. You know, a lot of energy. Not easy to surf on your backside with that much speed on these waves. And this was a nice wave from Francisco. 2 turns and then a little snap. He looks good as well. And this is the 3 points from Ian Costa, our Brazilian surfer in this heat. And Luan's first wave, good first turn. This wave had a bit more wall to it, so 2 good turns. Paul, what do you think?
Yeah, lots going on there. Luan No got a chance to attack a bit more. A lot of the other guys kind of doing speed turns, weren't they? Just kind of flicking down the line a little bit. He actually had a chance to sort of square off a little bit against the wave. Goes mid-range for his opening ride for a 5, the Frenchman. Meanwhile, live action here on the backhand driving. Costa floats one, just puts it up again, and he'll just keep that momentum down the line, so not putting too much back foot into those turns. He's really just kind of swinging those hips. And Nogue, a couple of nice turns from him. Good combination to kick things off. Looking to throw up another number immediately from the backup, and he will do. Gets his last turn squeezed out on the inside, and a really good way to open up. He's going to get another decent number here, and it will put him in the lead.
Yeah, great opening for Luan Nogue. Let's watch the replay on that. So first turn, then on the second one he gets to do a good bottom turn and finishes off quite well. Well, not so quite well, but the damage was done. And then Ian, 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 similar turns. The wave was very small, but I've been curious. Well, for this wave, actually, let's see what he has to do.
Whoa, big opening first turn, straight into another one. So a couple of hammers here. Ooh, there's a third from Costa. Much better from him on the backhand. He was a little bit behind the pocket, wasn't he? Just had the sort of crumble of the wave in front of him on that one, right in the section where you want to be. Then he tore that one up. So scores to come in for everyone, and a frenzy of activity. Loads of waves ridden all over the place. Plenty for our panel of judges to think about as they award numbers to these, but we reckon good score in for the last of Costa. Let's get another look from down the beach.
Yeah, this wave was nice. Really good bottom turn. 2 good turns there. Water, power. Well, not a lot of diversity there, but really, if you have a wave like this, you got to milk it for that score, and that's what he did. So didn't risk it, but didn't play it that safe. So I guess this will be one of the best waves of this heat so far.
Well, super consistent this one. Let's stick with No. He's got a ton of speed here. And he hits it nice and fast and crisp. Put up a little projection lip line float and a good finish as well.
Wow.
Really well surfed wave. He had a ton of speed at the beginning. Sometimes can get into that energy. We just sort of outrun the wave a little bit, but he managed to just relentlessly tag that thing. Got 3 distinctly different turns done as well. It was really nicely done. We've got a couple of numbers come for him. Well, previous to that is a 5-1-3. He's going to get another number 2. Loads to bring you scoreboard-wise. In the meantime, let's catch up with the winner of the last heat. Mazel tov to Ido Arkin, who is standing by with Joanna Garnell.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. You were saying it was a bit slow in your heat. How was it for you?
It was fun. Got good wave at the beginning. I was happy about it, 6. Then it was slow. I was just sitting out there watching everyone catching small waves. But after I got small backup and in the end another better backup. It was fun. Cold, it's cold, so cold.
And you have a very peculiar way to calm the nerves down. Got some gum in your mouth. It's pretty salty by now. What's that about?
I don't know, just getting my nerves down and everything, getting my focus. I don't know. Just for fun.
Well, great job, and we'll see you in the next round. Do you want to say a few words back home?
תודה רבה לכולם, לאמא, לחברה שלי שפה איתי, לחני, לבילבון, לבן שלא בא איתי הפעם, אבל תודה רבה, ואוהב אתכם.
Thank you.
Good stuff there from Ido Arkin, winner of that last heat. Going to go warm up and enjoy maybe a little free surf before maybe things get a little smaller tomorrow, but certainly the best of the action today so far is right now, and certainly this heat just provide a ton of waves. Abdi's ridden 6 of them. We've had 5 for Ian Costa. He's in second place. Luan Nogue, we're all caught up with his score, 6-5 for his last wave. So that left-hander, 3 hammers on it, and a big old number for him. And what a way to put a heat together. He's thrown away 5s already. Here goes Queimado. He's got a bit of a heat on his hands. He's in 4th place right now. And he's a little soft through these sections here. He's going to need to just maybe fire up with a little bit more aggression. He's kind of going through the motions a little bit there. He's going to get a small number, but it's not going to be the number he needs. He needs 5.93, so towards a 6 or better to get back in this heat, Zay.
Yeah, he's connecting the turns well. You know, it's not easy to do bottom turns like he's doing in these conditions, but I totally second what you're saying. He needs a bit more aggression, a bit more punchiness on the turns. At this level, you know, expression on the wave, it's you know, it's what you need for scores. So you won't get there by doing beautiful surfing. And as we see now, Gégé Vidal, this is the other surfer from São Tomé, living in Portugal for around 3 or 4 years now. Really good surfer, good in airs, and has been great. To watch Gégé evolve the last few years. He spends a lot of time with Nick Van Rupp. He was very welcome here, I must say. And Nikita, 6 waves. He's on the roll.
Been really, really busy. Not loads of quality from him. 4-1. His high number, 3rd place right now. Looking to try and attack that 2nd spot. Currently occupied by our Brazilian Ian Costa. There's Nikita Avdiv. He's looking for mid-range numbers. Very capable of that. We've seen flashes from him of brilliance. Let's see how he goes towards the back end of the heat now. As we get down towards that halfway mark, it'll all get a little bit more crucial. Good energy filling in though, as this ruler edge swell sends glassy conditions to Ian Costa with a little opportunity to punt high. And he'll just throw that one away and won't get a landing. Meanwhile, right behind him, Avdiv will say, okay, let's go backhand. And he tries to reverse a little fin throw out the lip, which also goes somewhat awry.
The wind is decreasing, so this morning was pretty hard to go for the airs, as the offshore winds really push your board to the back. But as the wind is decreasing, we might see some airs this afternoon. Let's hope for that. But in the meanwhile, Paul, mustn't be. You know, it's a complex situation as an athlete or an artist or whatever at the moment to be in this zone of conflict. Ukraine, Russian, and Nikita obviously coming from Russia. We met him a bit more in the Azores last year. Really cool guy. Good surfer. He was on a roll in the Azores. And taking a neutral position here, which is well, pretty possibly what I would do. But yeah, it's hard to analyze that, but it's good to see him here.
Yeah, he's got just under 12 minutes in this to get himself at the moment a 4.34. That's the requirement. Luan Nogue, the Frenchman, he's going great guns in this. He's ridden 3 waves. They've all been a 5 or better. He's actually throwing away that flat 5 he got early on. At the time, you're thinking, could well be keeping that towards the end of the heat as a score. Just the way scores have gone, double figures usually enough, well, always enough to advance throughout the day so far. However, right now, he's actually just improved further on that, and he's thrown up decent total, 11.63. And he's really just found great rhythm, and sometimes that just happens, right? You can put all the preparation in you like. Sometimes this doesn't come together for you. Other times you paddle out. Wherever you pop up in the lineup, here's another little opportunity.
Yeah, I think I'll never be able to figure out how that happens. It's kind of a flow. It might be a state of mind that you can find yourself sometimes, and sometimes you don't. But truth is, you know, some of the best guys, they always seem to be lucky in heats, and I don't really think that's luck. I don't know. I just think they find the flow, the rhythm of the ocean in that specific day. and there's surfers that are specialists in finding this motion of the ocean, which is not easy.
Clean lines filling in. Costa de Caparica plays host once again to qualifying action. And it's our penultimate QS of this season before the Challengers fires up, as we pick up Queimado with a quick hit from him behind a section that was always running away. Meanwhile, he gets Costa from second position, in second priority too. Finds himself a wave, stays a little mid-face, goes for a couple of wiggles. Let's see if he can attack his 3 as a backup score with that kind of surfing. The Frenchman will continue to control this one and the lineup. Let's get another look here at the Brazilian Costa.
Yeah, this first turn is nice, and then this second turn could have been a bit more aggressive there. So 3.3, he betters his score, not by much, but everything counts at this time. And I hadn't heard about Luan Nog, and well, you're English, but you have been living in Osogor for quite some time now. How's the new generation coming up?
Good. Most of the time I see him, it's in Portugal surfing in the QS. But so last time I saw him, I remember was I'm pretty sure it was down here last year. So last time I saw him, very impressive. Seems like there's always that new generation kind of knocking at the door, and always strong representations, particularly in the QS. It's really been that story, isn't it, throughout the last 10 years. Kind of France and Portugal, certainly on the men's and women's side, really, both of them. It's those two nations that kind of stand out. So always with the QS, one of the things is obviously looking to get those qualification stories for year end, but it's also sort of that emerging talent. That's where you quite often get sort of first glimpses of people,
Exactly.
First see what they're all about, and even, from quite a young age, pretty important to go on there and get at it straight away, right? Get sort of stuck in. You don't want to go and have too much respect for the sort of established pros. So getting in there and attacking, it's good to see the young generation doing exactly that. 8 to go in this one. It's still Nog with a commanding performance. We're going to get a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll wrap up this heat. Loads more action to bring you. Another 9 heats this afternoon. We'll be right back, more live from Portugal right after this. And a very warm welcome back to live competition from Caparica, Estrella, Galicia Surf Fest. Sees our French surfer in the red, Luan Nog. Couple of big numbers for him early on in this heat. Put him in the driving seat at the moment. The Brazilian Ian Costa, he's going all right. Vulnerable while he's sitting on a relatively low score, which does just improve on actually. So a 4.43 drops in for him and just makes things a little more comfortable, providing that breathing room from Nikita Abdiv. Third position, looking now for a 5.67. Francisco Queimado looking for 7.09, just under 6 to go in this one. South Paul Evans, Zay Ferreira alongside me. And we've been enjoying this clash. I hope there's a bit more surfing yet to come. It's gone a little quiet through the middle.
Yeah, actually, Ian Costa bettered his score. He had a a 4.43 on his last wave. But yeah, we still have a lot of action. So I reckon this was his second best score, the 4.43. It's an aerial 360.
Nicely done. Didn't try and overdo it, did he? Just kind of got enough rotation with enough speed and collected it. Made sure he got it done. Crucially, it does count for him. So it's always worth flaring up if you can, first of all, make it and then make it count in your score line. And that's exactly what he did there. A little functional air to finish off a wave that wasn't really going anywhere. Meanwhile, this is a little fight back left-hander from Francisco.
Oh, nice wave. That second turn was really nice. Let's see, 709, that's what he needs. It's a bit far from that one, but he'll definitely improve on his score. And in the next heat, we'll have Ruben Gonzalez, four-time Portuguese national champion. He won against Kelly Slater once, which is, you know, a big
It's got
highlight.
Slater-esque longevity as well, doesn't he? Still going strong.
Yeah, kind of. I think he's Ruben he's 40-something. Yeah, not as old as Kelly or experience.
Just over 4 to go in this. Nervous moments for surfers needing scores. Number comes in for Queimado. It does improve. 4.8 for him. Much better stuff. Brings his number right down now. Actually, even though he's in 4th, he has a smaller requirement than the surfer in 3rd. So just needs a 5.07. Well within swing and reach. Bad news is 4th priority in an ocean that hasn't had tons and tons of consistent sets, particularly in the back half of this heat. We'll just have to be patient and see what comes this way. But just over 3.5 minutes as we see Barnaby Cox getting some instructions there from Llewellyn Whitaker. Very experienced former pro in the UK.
He's coaching some Portuguese surfers as well.
He's got quite a big stable going actually,
yeah,
in terms of who he's coaching, and does have a ton of experience. And I've just seen, you know, that little squad that he's been going in recent QS events, get some good results, taking some good advice from our coaches, who obviously have a slightly different angle on things from the beach as well. Those debriefs that come after the heat, as much as important as what went on during. Let's check the recap here. Luan, no, well, he just came out the gates ripping.
Yeah, Luan, no, ripping. This was one of his best waves, and this was his best. Kind of looks like a different day. Look, the wave is big. Really good first turn, then a floater, and finishes off well. So diversity, it's fresh for the eyes. Ian Costa here. This is his best wave. 5.43, surfed it well, played it safe, but still sharp. And yeah, I'd say this was one of the more action-packed heats so far.
Been some quality shining through. Abdeep needs to bring some though. Here he goes on the left hand. He's got some speed. What's he got for us? A weird sort of wheelie turn. There's another. That's not super convincing. I don't like it. And that's not going to be the score he needs. I think he's got a little overexcited and he's sort of got caught between maneuvers.
Yeah, not much space in those maneuvers. The wave was small, but he was going fast. But yeah, it was kind of like half turns. Does have some amplitude when he's pumping, and then yeah, it was kind of forced there. Not that much power in it.
Comes in as a 3. His requirement remains unchanged. Meanwhile, your heat leader uses priority after having it for an eternity. Abdi was having a sniff at that one, and Nogue says, I don't think so. Meanwhile, finishing up a rotation, clicking it around about halfway or thereabouts, and then doing the rest of the rotation when he's back on his board.
I think we might be looking at an interference there.
I'm not sure. We just had a paddle, didn't we? I'm not sure if it really hindered much in terms of scoring. Let's stick with Queimado here, as he'll hit a soft wave a couple of times. And there's a good finish actually, but just maybe the wave lacking a little bit of that energy in him, unable to really squeeze too much out of that one. Under 45 to go. He'll get back into the lineup nevertheless, try and give himself another shot. He did well to get that wave and at least put himself in the conversation, ask the judges a question. They're not going to waste much time in throwing in a score for him, though. It's a low number, and he's still looking for that 5.07. Priority now with Avdiv, looking for 5.67, 20 on the clock here. Nogue, who has looked very good throughout this. Looks like he's pretty safe. I'm not sure we'll see another wave ridden here. Ian Costa, who's rallied well. He's actually got a number to come in, but he has been improving as well. Picked up numbers on his back up towards the backstage of this heat. And that'll be it in terms of surfing as we hear the horn. And that'll be all wrapped up. So this set coming in a little bit too late from the point of view of Avdiv and Queimado. And pretty commanding performance. Comfortable, polished. Luan Nogue, Ian Costa as well, who took a different approach, just being super busy. Surfed 9 waves in that one. The young Frenchman here will be very happy, and I'm sure he'll have quite a positive debrief with his corner. So goes the little L roll. Oh, I like it. On the inside, a solid heat total to put in, and the other partner makes that 11.63. Impressive. He got all that done in around about the first 6 or 7 minutes. So well done to him. A strong performance, and that'll wrap things up for Heat 4. We've got loads of live action to bring you throughout the afternoon here in Caparica. The surf is fun, it's clean, it's consistent now as well. We'll be back with more live action. Stay tuned.
Almada, território de muitos.
Welcome back to Portugal. Smiles on the dials of our surfers advancing. Luan Nogue, Ian Costa making it through, getting the job done. As the surf continues to fill in, and we'll keep the action coming live, thick and fast. Joining myself, Paul Evans, now to give us some more chat and entertainment is Chico by Chico Alves. How are you feeling, mate? What's your vibe?
Yeah, coffee kicking in.
Coffee kicking in?
Yeah, feeling amazing.
You're not having the post-lunch slump, mate? I know you sometimes get a little sleepy after lunch. No, you're managing that okay?
Yeah,
you're all right?
I'm doing well.
Brilliant. Great news.
I like to know you know me well now. And yeah.
Let's check out Cake, Pimentel, Barnaby Cox, Ruben Gonzalez, JJ Vidal. Oh, have we had a change? I've got slightly different personnel there. Is JJ Vidal, here we go. So, got the graphic as he hits it. And slices it around. Opening up pretty strong. Some nice face on this wave. And going through a range of maneuvers. And finishing off, always important to get it done as well, Chico. Go complete, kick out of your wave.
Yeah, so really well done by JJ Vidal. Big friend of mine, JJ. Love him surf. Such a good character. Always really happy. And yeah, JJ Vidal starting off really well on this right ender coming off the bottom, and boom, getting the tail out there. Sweeping carve, really nicely done. As we see the photographer there, another one, and he finishes it off really well. So great wave for José Vidal. He's going to put a score on the board, and stoked to see him starting off the heat so well. And yeah, he actually asked me where to go, and that's why I was so happy. He caught that wave.
He asked you where to go, as in terms of positioning in the lineup. And what's your advice, mate? You can tell us now.
Yeah, now that he's in the water, I'm going to tell him. I told him to
stick
go
to the left.
No, I told him he has to have priority to the rights at the start of the heat, and if he has fourth priority, he needs to kind of sneak under the other guys to catch some lefts, more to the right, that normally no one sees. You can tell he's not there. So I love that he kind of listened.
Mate, I like your tactics. Let's see if anyone likes to look at this wave. You've got paddle on the left from Ruben Gonzalez. As he'll whip one on the backhand. And keep plugging away, keeping the speed going all the way down. It's crisp and smooth. It's classic Gonzalez. And he'll finish down in amongst the surf school, who, if they were paying attention, would have seen some good tips on how to shred a small wave with speed and power and float from the veteran Ruben Gonzalez.
Yeah, Ruben is a fearless competitor. I remember him when I was younger.
Yeah.
He was one of the fearless competitors I've ever met. And here, José trying under the pack to do something. I think he's going to go for the air. He nailed it. And yeah, let's see if he can do something more, but nothing major. As we see here, Ruben, he has light-footed surfing, looking really quick and sharp, and finishing it off his wave. So yeah, Kaique Pimentel and Barnaby Cox waiting for their opportunity, and yeah, nice heat and great conditions to see the show.
Super clean for our surfers, and a chance for them to get a ton of speed. They got options then. They can either go that multiple maneuver approach, try and stay in that pocket, go top to bottom, or you build up all that speed, you throw it all on the line, you go for one big move on the end. They're equally entertaining in different ways. Let's see how Barnaby Cox goes with his priority here. Has a little look at that wave and realizes not really in a good spot for it. A little speculative paddle from Vidal. Why? That one was pretty straight. So just running away from our surfers. Barney Cox hangs on to priority to get a little interference actually in the last one. Nikita Abdi paddled for a wave. Surfer in priority, Luan Node had it, crumbled the lip a bit. He got his wrist slapped, got an interference. So our priority panel, there's a couple of them, keeping a very beady eye on things. Very important to use that priority well. And I liked your advice, mate. You want priority on the right to start the heat, and when you're in fourth, sit on the left. I'm digging that. Very tactical. Mind you, you've had a year to come up with it, right? Since the last event.
like,
You've been thinking about it since last April.
You know, like when you get older, you just need to be smarter.
Yeah,
Otherwise, you
sure.
lose to the kids. And yeah, that's my tactic.
Yeah, I like it. As we see, Barnaby Cox may be interested here. He's got a little wave of spin arounds. Young surfer out of Bude in Cornwall will stick with the left-hander. And Pimentel, as he will go a little bit awkward on a wave that was always running away. Let's pick up Cox again, slashing from top to bottom. Nicely done, light on his feet and a good spring in his step. And he got a combo of turns done through the meat of that wave. Right behind him, Ruben Gonzalez. Oh, carving down with a snap. Alves likes it. Bang again. Gonzalez likes it. Getting work done.
Yeah, Ruben connecting the dots so well. Really good wave from Ruben. Clean wave, well-surfed wave, and he looked sharp on that one. Great to see Ruben ripping as we see the runner. The board looks nice. Quick snap there, stylish one. Carve off the top, getting around the section. Quick snap. I love this one. Yum. Really good. What do you talk, Paul?
Oh, I'm fired up here, mate. Enjoying this. How's Barnaby Cox? He got some speed on this. A nice meaty wave. Trapped it.
Nice carve there. Quick in transition. And he gets another one. So, yeah, the boys are ripping. Quick carve there. Another snap. And he was able to finish it off with 2 snaps. So, yeah, I'm wondering where this score from Barnaby gonna go.
I reckon it's going to be a decent one. 16.5 on the clock. Speaking of decent scores, Loan Nogue made very short shrift of all comers in the last heat and is standing by for a chat with Joanna Garnell.
Yeah, that's right. Congratulations. I've got a shy but very excited Luan next to me. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. It's good to win the first round. So it's always hard to win the first heat, to be in the competition, but it's good to win.
And what are your goals on the QS?
I'm just trying to go as far as I can and win the comp like everyone. So
Have you got your eyes set on the Challenger Series as well?
Maybe, but I don't think for this year it's going to be hard because after Santa Cruz it's done now. Yeah. So I haven't done good results since the start of the year, so we'll see.
Well, things are picking up for sure. What do you think about the conditions coming up these next days?
Yeah, it's supposed to be bigger, so let's see how is it going to be. So excited for the next few days.
Well, congratulations and good luck in the next round.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. That was great.
Thanks, Joanna. Let's pick up live action here. Ripping from Vidal on the backhand attack. And fire in the studio from Chico Alves, who loves it. He's jumping out of his chair there.
Yeah, I just had a trip with JJ of 1 week on a van.
Where'd you go?
We went
Portugal?
Yeah. No, we were filming a TV show, and I stayed with him for a week. So he's like a little brother, and he's really, really cool guy. As we see him here, boom, quick snap, quick in transition. I told him to go to that little left runner, and because I know he's really good on his backside too. And yeah, love to see it. As we see here, wow, 2 big turns from Barnaby and a turn. So great response. And this is a 4.90 from JJ. 2 big turns, really well served, really compact style.
So that's previous to last. He's got the score to come from the left as well. And this one's firing up from a slow start. Barney Cox getting good work done on the backhand as well. Got a decent score for his right-hander. Got a 5.57, did the Englishman. He's got another number coming in as well. So let's see when all these are in. But it looks like Cox and Vidal with the front running. Pimentel struggled a little bit, to be honest. And as he just kind of tickles this way without really taking on too many sections thus far. And he prods towards an inside, which is never particularly forthcoming. The yellow board, though, looking nice in something of an uncharacteristic gloom for Caparica. I thought it's always sunny here, Chico, but, you know, I'm just going to appreciate it even more when the sun does pop out now. Let's get another look at this wave from Kaik.
Yeah, Kaik getting a snap there, another one, and the wave just died off. He couldn't really do anything about it. And yeah, I'm wondering, Green went left on his wave too, so great runner, boom, first snap, and a big snap to finish it off. So yeah, as I said, Barney Cox just did a really good one on his left, on his last left, so he's in first.
5-2-3.
Great surfing from Barney. That wave was really well surfed. And yeah, 1 and 2. Do you know much about Barney, being from Great Britain?
Yeah, he's from Bude, so sort of surfing hotbed that's not Newquay, basically. So it's down in Cornwall, but the other sort of hub of the scene down there, and a bunch of great surfers from that particular town with good beach breaks and all sorts. But
nice.
Yeah, I don't know loads about him. I haven't seen loads of him in European competition, but I'll tell you what, talk about, you know, that new wave of the Britons coming through. Patrick Langdon Dark ripped his way out in the Azores, didn't he, last autumn? And now we're seeing some of this next generation
Is he
taking
doing
it
this
on
one?
in Europe.
Is Patrick doing
Yeah,
it?
yeah. There's a strong squad here. The Welsh are in town. I saw Luke Dillon earlier this morning as well with Garroge out of Ireland. They not surfing in this round, so they get a chance to sort of check it all out.
The backside attacker of Luke Dillon.
Yeah, good energy from that crew as well. Good squad. And they're enjoying
Nice.
their time over here in Portugal. Let's hope surf can fire up a little bit too. But yeah, great to see the Brits doing well. Barnaby Cox, first place so far in this. A lot of surfing yet to come. JJ Vidal, he's looked pretty good. Rights and lefts showing us variety. Using the tactics that he got from his inside man, Chico Alves, when he's not up in the commentary booth, giving you searing insights and high-value entertainment. He's giving competitors local knowledge as to the sandbars. Wow. Must be tiring, mate, being you.
Yeah.
Put a lot into your days.
You need to, and I love how when you give advice,
You
have
love it
to
when a
have-
plan comes together.
Yeah, but you need to have a serious face. Game
Yeah.
on. When you're a coach, you need to be always really focused, even if you're looking at the sun.
Yep. Maybe hold a clipboard. It's always good.
Yeah. Second board without fins. Good strategy.
10 minutes and 45 seconds to go in this heat. As things just simmer down somewhat. We're all caught up to date with our panel of judges who've, well, they've got the work cut out today. They're going to be looking at kind of lots of low-ish scores on quick waves with sort of very similar kind of surf, and they've got to try and differentiate that. Then they've also got to try and pick between, when the sets do come, exactly what the best surfing is, where those big sections are. There you go, Samuel warming up, getting ready. We talked about the air game. We've seen that down the years. And with that lighter wind out there right now, it's been a couple of ramps, been a couple of sections. Our surfers to go above the lip. But a relatively quiet one. This heat throughout the middle part as we get down into that final 10 minutes. The latter part of the heat. A little redirect here from Gonzalez, who's got two waves and not really gone up the scoreboard. Got that 4-1-7 for the right-hander. Chico Alves got slightly more excited by that than the judges did. And they want more. We do too. There's not loads of action in this one. We're hoping Huey throws us something as we go to close out the final 9 minutes or so. We're going to go to quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to wrap this one up. We've got loads more live action to bring you to. Stay tuned. We'll have more live from beautiful Costa Caparica, Lisbon, Portugal, right after this. Welcome back to live action from Estrella, Galicia, Caparica, Surf Fest, Cox, Vidal, 1-2, Gonzalez, Pimentel, chasing Evans, Alves, bringing you commentary from the studios. We'll pick up the veteran, multiple Portuguese champion, Ruben Gonzalez, former standout on the QS from Europe too. A couple of solid qualifying campaigns he put together over on the North Shore. Remember him going one big day at Sunset, throwing down all sorts of scores out there. Right now, very different. He's surfing without a leash and kind of small surf, quite close to home, just across the bay where he resides. And not overly convincing as he wraps up a small left-hander. Looking still for numbers here with 7 on the clock.
Yeah, this first snap was nice. Here he was building speed, and then the wave closed out on him. So yeah, our wave to serve for Ruben, and here Kalik trying to put something on the board. And speaking about board, that board looks quite big in terms of the conditions. What do you think?
Yeah, sometimes the spray can throw you off as well. A bright yellow board. Sometimes they look a bit narrow and sort of longer, don't they?
Oh, really?
I don't know. Just said it. But yeah, he's struggled, hasn't he, really? Pimentel on this. He's looked a little out of sorts, really, for whatever reason. And as a result of that, he's in 4th right now. But with 2 people advancing in 2nd place still for a combined total in single figures, he's still at this. He can get himself a couple of scores, or he can do it in a 7.06. A couple of ways to get the score done, assuming 2nd place doesn't improve. JJ Vidal has taken the advice of Chico Alves early on in the heat, and he's stuck to it pretty well. Good enough for 2nd right now. We like to see lines filling in. Pulse of energy here. It's a repositioning from our panel. Priority is with the heat leader, Barnaby Cox. This is Kike Pimentel on a left-hander. And he tries to release those fins. Show us a little sort of sliding motion out of the lip. It does slide, but towards an incompletion. Meanwhile, right behind him, Barnaby Cox having a paddle. He's going to look right here, and he's up and swinging your heat leader. Pair of 5s already on the board for him. Little quick turn down the line, and he'll try and just ditch those fins and flare up above the lip. Be an incompletion for him. And that wave just a little sluggish with the energy. Waited a little while with priority there. Decided to pull the trigger. Can't capitalise, but towards that 5-minute mark, well, if you're going to be somewhere, you'd want to be leading this one in 1st place. That's what he's doing right now.
Yeah, he did really well. That right-hander with 3 turns was really well served. He connected all the dots, and the wave was great. And then he backed it up with that left, which was the best wave of the heat so far. So yeah, Barney, he might be feeling great. And as we see the recap now.
Yeah, let's check out the story of this one, heat number 5. See how it's all gone down. Our round of 128, bringing in new faces. One of them, Barnaby Cox. He's ripped it so far.
Yeah, great carve here, great style. Another big snap there, and vertical approach and quickness from Barney. Here, Gege trying to answer it with a quick snap and a blowtail here, which was great to see. His fins, and here, Barney with the best wave of the heat. Boom, big snap there, and he gets a 3rd. And yeah, this was one of those waves that waited for him and was nice and to open up.
We'll pick up Gonzalez at the end of a ride after the exertion of backhand attack that costed a Caparica from the veteran Ruben Gonzalez, chasing a number still. 5.06 though, it's not a massive one, it's a smaller wave. Let's see what he got done.
Yeah, a little left runner, quick snap there, and yeah, just a small wave.
So not going to be the number he needs. Meanwhile, we saw this from JJ.
Yeah, coming off the bottom, boom, big snap, out the back, and another one.
Ooh.
So can JJ go to 1st with this wave?
Good ding-dong battle up there for the lead. Now 5.9, that requirement for JJ Vidal to go into 1st. 3 on the clock. And Gonzalez and Pimentel, if that score does go up, that will be worse news for them, as their requirements will nudge up. Let's see how the judges go. 2 turns. Nice amplitude, right? He went right deep bottom turn. Got that tail through the lip of the wave. Nice aggression, nice spark. Not sure he'll quite get the number he needed, so it'll be a throwaway actually. It's a decent score, but not enough to go in his top. Well, it's equal to his low score, so it doesn't improve. Meanwhile, let's stick with live Gonzalez. Under 2.5 to go, looking for a 5.06. They'll kind of prod down the line. A little disinterested. Chico, how do you like that last number for JJ Vidal? There's a leading question. I know that you don't like it.
Well, I thought the wave was the biggest wave we saw the whole heat, and he actually had, as you said, great amplitude on his turns. And I thought was the second best wave of the heat so far. So in terms of scoring, I thought it was going to go into the 5 range.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep. I'm with you there. You're making a lot of sense.
And
I like the calls that you've made on the scoring so far today.
And yeah, comparing to the rest of the field and what we saw, I think he had a lot of speed too.
Pimentel trying to get spicy, going down the line. Quick snap from him. And another. And he'll tag it again.
I think it's his best wave so far.
Yep.
He looked quick and sharp on that one. 2 big snaps started off.
Yeah, better stuff. He's looked a little awkward for some of his waves. That was better from him. I'm not sure he'll get the 7 that he needs, but he might improve on his overall position. As we see up the beach, Gonzalez having a look here. This one will kind of make him wait to get on it. And when he finally does, he'll have a little turn, a little prodding, redirect, re-entry. It's not going to be the number. Meanwhile, here goes Barnaby Cox with priority, still leading this heat. Final minute now. Bang. Nice speed from him. Gathers the turn well and just kind of forces a completion on that turn. Don't know if he'll improve his low score of a 5.23, but he'll hang on to the lead. You know, just try and see this one out here with 40 on the clock. He'll make his way back out. Oh, there's always time. There's always a chance. And he'll look to stay in that conversation by just staying in the lineup. Vidal with the priority now. He's all right in second.
He looks stressful, eh? You could tell he's looking at the watch, looking at the beach, looking close to him to see what is happening. But yeah, Barney Cox, I didn't know about him, but really impressed with his surfing.
Yeah, under 10 now. Not sure we'll see any more surfing done in this, so it's going to wrap things up. Pimentel did get an improvement, but still left him on the wrong side of a high 6. Gonzalez had a little rally through the heat, never really getting in contention for the 5 required. Commanding performance from Cornwall's Barnaby Cox. Gégé Vidal also ripped this place up there. Very good value for the 2nd place. And another strong heat performance from our Great Britain, Barnaby Cox. We'll be looking to come back, not today. Possibly tomorrow, maybe things quite small. We'll just come back and see what we get, but we do have more swell filling in. We'll look forward to seeing him as the competition goes towards the latter stages. Loads yet to come, though, in this round of 128. So we'll bring in some brilliant talents from across Europe and beyond. But that man there at a Great Britain, good value for the heat win. He'll be pretty stoked with that. He'll get himself a little chat with Joanna Garnell. We'll try and find out a little bit more about him. And we'll get ready for the next heat as they just keep coming thick and fast. And it's cool seeing some of our veterans. We had Ruben Gonzalez in that one. We've got some of the young guns coming too. The big favourites as well, all trying to get towards that Challenger Series qualification. Loads more to bring you from Lisbon, Portugal, more specifically Caparica. And more live action right after the break.
Almada, território de muitos.
It wasn't that long ago we saw the sunny skies and the fun waves down here at Caparica last year. A bit of a highlight package from that event. Today we have dawned a new day, a new year, a new facet of European surfing on the qualifying series. All these surfers involved in this event vying for just those top 10 spots and top 6 spots for women to go to the Challenger Series event. My name is Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth by Chico Alves, and I'll tell you what, when you start to think about the prize at the end of this long kind of QS campaign for these European surfers, to get in that Challenger Series event, if you get through to that top 10 or top 6 in the women, you're booking your flights, you're going to Australia, you're surfing at Snapper Rocks in May for the first Challenger Series. Now that, to me, is pretty exciting. Chico Alves, do you agree or disagree?
I think I have to agree with you.
Yeah, good.
I think if we think about, this was during the break, Pierre Lamotte, great snap, and another quick one there, 3.5. But yeah, as you said, I think it's great. I think snappers is such an amazing wave. I think every surfer that is competing is thinking about getting a comp at snapper with the other 3 guys out.
Yeah,
that's
on a live stream then. Lamotte had a good event in the Azores when we were there in September. He's only a really young kid, and he's just starting to make his mark in these events. Really sort of whippy, really light in his feet. Gnarly competitor despite his young age. So Timothée, Pierre Lamotte looking great, and we see that man D'Souza, Samuel Igo D'Souza, who already surfed 1 heat today, got through, and he's backing up for his second. We've also got Elia Short from France in the white, and bringing up this heat is Francesco Lazzarini, the Italian. So again, some French, some Italians, and some Brazilians, and that's Brazilian there, fanging down the line. Just looks a little bit faster than some of the other surfers, I reckon, today.
Yeah, it looked fast, but this wave was the money wave. 2 big snaps there, another one, and he was able to finish it off really strong here. Boom. Great wave from Pierre. He looks really young. Do you know how
he's
old
only
is
17, I think. 17 or 18, yeah.
Great
and
surfing.
Yeah, just coming of age, improving all the time. You start to see these young surfers just start to go, that curve just goes, accelerates, sometimes really, really fast, and they start to, A, get the experience, B, just put on a bit more power and strength. A lot of those young men.
Just got a 6.67.
There you go, a 6.67. So they're building, they're getting stronger, they're getting more experienced, and 6.67. So they had a really good wave selection on that left-hander, loads of space, and he opened up. So he's done well. And now, so important at the start of the heat, Chico, just to get a good start, and you can just start to relax a little bit at least.
Yeah, now he has a 6.67 and a 3.5. He needs to build on that 3.5, but he's got 18 minutes to go, so he's got plenty of time to just sit back and really choose his wave wisely. So no pressure for Pierre now, and it's pressure time for Elia, Francesco, and Samuel. But yeah, as you said, Samuel is really quick. He's really light on his foot, and
yeah, he surfed well. He surfed the judges' criteria. Is what we're all sort of looking at. These surfers know the criteria pretty well, and they surf to it. Obviously, there's a mixture of things that the judges are looking for, and it's no trade secret. They publish them, and they are in constant dialogue. There's the 5 sort of pillars: commitment and degree of difficulty. So that's, just how hard you're pushing it, how much risk you're putting. Innovation and progression. They like to see aerials and sort of new manoeuvres that are, breaking what's possible. Combination, major manoeuvres, so putting all those things together in a variety, and the speed and progression flow. So yeah, there's a lot to it unpacked there, really, Chico, but sort of it's a mixed bag. You got to tick all those boxes if you want to get up to that sort of high scoring range. Scores judged out of 10. Top 2 waves of each heat scored And yeah, that's what they're looking for. Those, how do you used to surf in these QS events? Do those judges' criteria, do they get sort of communicated to you? As we see me fanging down the line, he'll be looking for some speed, power and flow. Oh, there's a bit of that, bit of everything. And he's just absolutely smashed that criteria out of the park. But yeah, does that get communicated to you, what the judges are looking for? Do they, or do you have to, can you go and ask them? Or how does it, so how do the surfers find out what the judges are looking for? Or are they just by watching it?
Well, I think it depends on the day you're surfing in, and I think it's great to watch your dates before yours to see what they're doing and what they're really scoring. As we see here, Samuel really quick snap there and getting vertical here. Really well surfed wave, really talented surfer from Brazil. He's really good on the air too. I think once we see him with 2 mid-range scores, maybe we can see one of the biggest airs of the day. But yeah, as you were saying, I think it's based on each day. I think you can tell what the judges are looking for. Today, for example, they want less quantity and more quality of turns. So every time we see a powerful turn, even if it's only one, they will score higher than 3 small turns. So yeah, every time we see a surfer putting power and flow into any type of wave, even if a small or a big wave, they get rewarded by that. So yeah, I think Pierre did a good job on that with that 667. He connected all the dots. He had speed, he put some power in there, and he had flow throughout all the wave. Not too much variation, but it's really hard to surf, so the judges know that, and they know it's hard to do some variation of turns when it's small conditions like this. So yeah, he connected all the dots and really well surfed, as we see here. Francisco.
He waited a long time. I see, yeah, you're right. Lazzarini waited a long time for that wave, and eventually it was just a bit deep. See that the wave looked good. Meanwhile, fanging down the line, smooth ego, and just sprays his opponent, and just digs a rail. Almost had too much speed, if that were possible, in these tiny waves, but his board speed's incredible. Just that little cut above, and couldn't quite use that speed to its full potential there. I got a question for you. I'll put you on the spot. We're talking about the Challenger Series events that have held around the world. We talked about there's Manly, there's Gold Coast, US Open, Huntington, South Africa, also Hawaii, France and Portugal. And I think there might be one in New Zealand. I need to double check that. But you've got one heat, Chico. Just 4 guys out. As good as each wave gets.
Snapper.
What do you that was a quick one, wasn't it? Okay. As we see, Pierre Lamotte going again, this time on his forehand. A little drop wallet, adding a bit of flair. Giving the judges just a little bit of pizzazz. A bit of something extra. A bit of salt over the shoulder. And he likes it.
He's going to go for the air.
Okay, he's called it.
I thought it
went for the pull out.
Pull out.
Snapper. Haleiwa. Perfect Haleiwa, just 4 guys out.
Snapper. I just love that wave.
Yeah. It's pretty
Backside attack on that wave is just lethal.
Hard.
Once you get that double up and you start like getting in the rhythm of the wave, it's just amazing. And yeah, if I have to choose, that would be Snapper. Because I've been watching Mick Lau, Bobby Martinez, Gabriel Medina, all those guys surfing on their backside there, and it's just like something we want to do. Aki Lupo.
Yep. There's some good backsiders out there. Damon Harvey, Nicky Vasilek,
Nathan Edge,
Hog Dog. It's been going mad
Goods.
out there. The Hobgoods. Yeah, they used to do well. So
Travis Logie had some crazy hits out there.
Yeah, Trav. Yeah. It's a pretty hard wave, especially. It's just so. I mean, it's still got some power and there's some real technical ability, but it's just so user friendly. Most surfers in the world, if you've got their ability, can get out there and get the wave of their life. It's possible at that place to, in a free surf, to literally have the best surf of your life or the worst surf of your life, and it can happen. But what an opportunity for these surfers from the qualifying series to get their crack at that wave. So that's going to be huge down there come May.
And if there's a big swell, they're going to move it to Kira?
Potentially, yeah. They can always move it down if it's a Mackin swell. Okay, but down there on the beach is Joanna Garnell. I think she might have Barnaby Cox, winner of the last heat.
That is correct, Ben. Congratulations. You had a long debrief there on the beach talking about strategy. What's the strategy?
At the start of the heat, the strategy was just to try and get the first wave. Try and sort of be in a dominant position to get that first wave. I mean, most heats get like won by the person who gets the first wave. And after, it wasn't actually that good the first wave, but it just got my momentum going. And then after that first wave, I just wanted to stay busy and just keep building my house and bettering my scores, really. Yeah.
Well, you can try and stay busy, but with these waves, it got a bit difficult, right?
Yeah, well, there was a bit of luck involved. I got a good right and then a good left, and then it sort of went flat for 15 minutes. So, yeah, it worked for me.
And how are these waves compared to the ones back home?
Not that different. It's quite fun waves, really. It's been really small the last few days, and really windy. So, I mean, we get a lot of wind and some waves at home, so it's not that different, really.
Well, that's why you won your heat, right?
I don't know.
Well, congratulations, and we'll see you in the next round.
All right, thank you. Bye.
There you go. Barnaby obviously thought about the sport, took a lot of time and effort to make a strategy, and as he said, it pays off. So, yeah, nice young lad from down Cornwall, polite fella, and a thinking fella. He's taking it seriously, and as he should. You got to, at this stage of the competition. We see Short, the Frenchman, fanging down the line. Just gets 2 turns. See a bit of frustration that just can't quite open up. Tell you what, I think it's sponsored by Volvo, which is pretty impressive. As we see, oh, there you go. There's the turn of the heat so far. And there's another, and he's not done yet. That is such great surfing, and he's going to finish off a little tag. Great surfing from Igo. And he looks at the judges and says, put that in your pipe and smoke it, guys. And he's not done yet. He's a frother, isn't he? Got some free surfs with Sammy. You know he's in the water, don't you? He's everywhere.
This was beautiful. Great bottom turn, and boom. Oh. Great in transition, another quick snap there. And I thought there he should have finished off the wave instead of like keep running. I thought the exclamation point would be great if you could finish that wave off there. But the first snap was really great. Was the best turn of the wave, and then he connected all the dots. I thought there he could have just finished it off because wasn't much after, and would give us a sense of like it's finished, you know?
Yeah, they like that too, don't they? The judges, the big finish is always important, but he'd done plenty of work out the back before he went for that little bonus section. Lazzarini.
7, Samuel.
7 for Samuel.
Well deserved.
Yeah. Really,
great speed.
Really surfed. The speed, yeah, and the style as
and
well.
The flow, yeah. Everything was in there.
Something about surfing, it's got that subjective feel, that stylistic, which is included in the criteria. It's part of it.
Was this the highest score of the day?
I think it'd be up there, yes. There's been a few 7s. I think one of the local girls got a 7. So, yeah, it's definitely one of the highest heat totals. Definitely one of the highest heat totals of the day, 12.83. Pretty solid in these conditions. So, and Lamotte is doing well as well. Been a high-scoring heat, sort of put their 2 other competitors pretty much in combination. And Pierre just not quite making that one. But, yeah, really solid surfing from Samuel and Pierre to have them out in front. Lazzarini and Short in fourth, needing some pretty huge scores with 7 minutes and 46 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Francisco and Elijah having a bit of a shocker. They waited a long time for their first wave too, so.
Well, that's what we talked. We talked about Barnaby in that last heat. Said he's been studying the heats, and the person that's got off to a strong starts tend to be the ones that have won. We haven't seen that many sort of buzzer beaters, have we? I think we saw Charlie Martin first head of the day sort of come back from behind, but most of the front runners have, they've got under their lead and they've held on to it. So good surfing there. Still Beton. Getting warming up down there on the beach, all important. Cold day down here, especially for Portuguese standards. Just try to stay warm, stay keen. Viton starting to get pumping. They're starting to get their sort of focus. And out the back, a right-hander. They're short. Coming in the corner. Oh, that's a big turn. And we'll see if that's going to get him at least into the picture at least. Only a two-turn combo, but it had some wow factor, I think, that last one.
Well, I think that last turn was probably the biggest turn of the heat, maybe. I love how he gets really low here. Boom, sets it up, and here he throws the tail. Boom. That was a really powerful turn. I think the judges will have a close look on that turn because that turn was probably one of the most powerful turns of this heat so far.
Nice angle too there. That side angle showed you exactly the technique.
Exactly.
And the placement.
So yeah, I think he's going to put him back on the heat. That's for sure. And speaking about comebacks, right? Pierre has been on this heat in first, then in second, all heat, and now Elijah coming back with a great wave. So let's see here what Samuel did on his backside. Boom, great snap. A lot of spray coming out of that board and 3-turn combo to finish it off. Great wave from Samuel. And as I said, yeah, Elijah coming back on this heat with a 607. So now he only needs a 648. So
yeah,
reducing the requirement.
Yeah, absolutely. Got him way back in the game. He was almost dead and buried, but a 6-point ride has got him well back in the game. And he tried to back it up.
As we see here, he started off with a quick snap, another one, and yeah, the wave just closed down on him.
Just hasn't been able to get those second sort of turns in, has he? But he's got some power.
Yeah, you can tell once he has space to surf, he can open up. And yeah, he's great response. He was needing a 947, and now he only needs a 648. So let's see if he can dodge a bullet and come back, or if Pierre can really protect his second place spot. Now Pierre Lamotte has priority, so he's in a good position to protect his second place spot. As we see the replay of Francesco Lanzini. Quick floater there and a quite funny kick out there. And as we see the replay of Samuel, he got another quick right ender, really well served. Probably 3 to 4 backside snaps. Let's see if he can improve on his 583, which is his backup. And really competitive heat in our ends. All of the surfers doing a lot of waves. We have seen Samuel doing the most waves. But yeah, Francisco Lazzarini not having much luck on finding those gems.
He's been caught behind. Sort of started off slow and then had that one big wave that he waited a long time for, but got caught behind the peak. And D'Souza and Lamotte have just been firing a line, and then Elias Short just got him back into him. But he's Maeve just left himself a bit short on time. Pierre, yeah, travelling buddies, surfed a lot of heats together in the juniors, so they'll know each other well. Pierre sticking pretty close to him with priority. And you can see him just looking around, hoping for something. 6.48, it's a big score in the context of today, but he just has to improve on that 2-turn combo he got in the last one. And he could get the score. What he needs now is a bit of luck from Mother Ocean. Just a few more waves, another set. He's got second priority, so he's in the spot. Meanwhile, Sammy Ego D'Souza is just on fire, backing up that 7.43. That is definitely, without doubt, the highest heat total of the day. And he's looking really, really solid. His board speed's been incredible. He's been really, really on point, and yeah, got a really strong lead now. So looking great. Can Short make something out of this? He's got to get back in. The ocean looks pretty flat, but he's still having a crack. And I really like he's in the game. I like that he's sponsored by Volvo. I got a V40 Volvo. Had for 10, 12 years, sit in the garage there. One of the things that stuck around me the most. Never let me down. Never gone away. Just always there. The V40. Got a bit of time for it.
How old is the V40?
2005. She was made. Yeah. The kids don't want to hop in it anymore. They refuse to. It's too embarrassing. I'm like, mate,
this was the thing back then.
Yeah. Well, it never was the thing, but I'll tell you what, here we go. So here we go, Short. Trying to get some V40 revs up. That's Lamotte, sorry, my mistake. One turn. And that left Short out the back. You see Lazzarini trying to get back in the game. And unfortunately, he knows his time's up, 50 seconds to go. And a pretty poor heat for his standards. And we've got Lamotte putting back out. This is the wave from Lazzarini, trying to fire it down the line. Just get something happening, one turn, but just no more opportunities than that. Pretty much sums up his heat. And we've got Short still sitting out the back. Short just looking for a wave. 20 seconds on the clock. It looks pretty flat out there from that drone angle. Not much doing. Willing a wave to shore. But that's the thing about the ocean. You can't tell it what to do. It doesn't work that way. And in this case, he's going to be left stranded. Put up a good solid heat score, but couldn't make it. There was that man, D'Souza, a massive heat total, 2 sevens.
He's stoked.
He's stoked. He's pumped. As well he should be. 2 heats, 2 wins. And he's through to the round of 96. See some crowd. They're pretty happy with it. And as they should be. Really fast-paced electric surfing, wasn't it, Chico? Just looked good from the very first wave.
Yeah, he looked sharp. He did. I think he did. In terms of tactics, he was really smart. He started off on the left, then moved to the right. He kept simple surfing, and he's so talented that was enough. You know.
Yep, absolutely. Good surfing, performed well under pressure, and that's why he's got a convincing heat win. We're going to come back with more live action. Though, don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back after this short commercial break.
Almada, território de muitos.
Welcome back live to Caparica Beach on the southern shores of Lisbon, on the southern coast of Portugal. We are kicking off 2 weeks of Easter action. to QS events, starting off here with the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest 2022. Massive support yet again from Estrella Galicia, the best beer on the planet, and a company that has been helping surfing for the last couple of years down here in Portugal, really backing the sport, backing the competitors and backing the surfers and the commentators who drink their beer all the time. So we love it, and we appreciate their support. Only after hours, of course. Speaking for myself, right now they're live action, and we've got Amir, another surfer from Israel, with a big Israeli contingent down here on the beach. That was a pretty sluggish way to start off, though. We'll see if the other competitor, which may have been his compatriot, Breton, oh no, he's out the back. So either Nicolas Palais in red and Sasha Garcia. So 2 Frenchies and 2 Israelis battling it out to get through to the round of 96. Jonathan Amir. Been talking about the Israeli contingent. I'm joined here by Jose Ferreira, and there's so many young Israelis up here. They're all travelling in a big group. They're all really supporting each other. You can even see them out there talking to each other. So great to see the Israelis sticking together and sharing, sharing their wealth.
Yeah, definitely, definitely important to share with your local community your knowledge. Seems to be what the Israelis are doing, because there's more and more. They're surfing well. Wow, but last heat was packed with action.
Yeah, it really was. Big numbers. Samuel Ego de Souza smashed it out of the park. Pierre Lamotte was strong, big heat total, and Elia Short came back in the end, but couldn't quite get there. So yeah, it was huge. So the waves definitely showing plenty of potential, plenty of scoring opportunity, and these guys would have been watching that pretty intently, trying to see if they can pick off the same. Well, rights and lefts really. There's no dominant sort of wave here thus far, as it's been pretty peaky, and
small but perfect.
Yeah, brilliant little conditions. Just you just love to see it a couple of foot bigger, wouldn't it be absolutely cranky?
Yeah, that would be.
Fortunately, we've got what we've got, and we're still trying to get through the round. Well, as much the round of 128 as we can today. Tomorrow's forecast looks similar, if a bit smaller, so we're not sure just what that can provide. So, trying to make hay. Well, there's some opportunity. Looks like Nicolas Palais, on the right-hander. Nice first turn is strong. Very nice pace to this wave. Not racing it. And then 3 turns, 4 turns.
Wow.
And he's trying to finish it here and can't. But done enough work out the back. Meanwhile, Biton, Israeli surfer, not getting the open wave face that the Frenchman was allowed. So, yeah, strong start there from Nicolas.
Yeah, pretty calm and collective Nicolas there on that one.
Had a good pace, didn't he? He didn't sort of rush it, just waited for the right times.
Yeah.
Probably the only potential mistake he maybe could have just clicked it at the end, but
yeah,
here's
exactly.
the wave.
Yeah, so this is Biton's last wave. And Paulet here, so nice bottom turn. He puts in some spray on that first one and second one as well. He kind of flies on those little bumps, and then these last turns are more or less to just finish off the wave there. But
probably being a bit, if I was to be a bit critical, just sort of lack of variety in that in terms of the criteria.
Exactly.
Those 3 turns are pretty similar, but nonetheless really sharp. As Amir, that blackboard, trying to channel his inner Italo Ferreira. Just can't quite get it. As you see, you got Sasha Garcia.
There you go, surfing with a Semente surfboard, Portuguese shaper, iconic Portuguese shaper, and nice wave, doesn't quite get it. He's a bit frustrated there.
Yeah, went for it at the end there, sort of did a couple of big power hacks. Wasn't always completely in control, but did enough. And then just had to finish it. And unfortunately for Sasha, just couldn't quite. And if there was any sort of, if there was any doubt, or if there was any sort of, if the judges were going to think of it when he started like crying out in frustration. I'm pretty sure he didn't make that one. Here he goes, still a strong wave. Real powerful surfer.
Powerful surfer, exactly. Look at his legs, and you can see in the water that comes out of his turns. So kind of aggressive there in his first turns. Unfortunately, this was an important turn to make, and he just kind of make a frustrated face. Not sure if he yelled something like hamburger or something.
Oh, Pala. So 2 turns, a bit more variety there. That first turn had a lot of spray, but then he got a little bit stuck on the way out. And Nicholas still a 4.77 and then a 4.55 and a wave to come. So really consistent start. And we'll just see Garcia's wave came in at 3.67. So all pretty tightly bunched right here at the moment.
Yeah, well, I was thinking earlier that when the tide got a bit higher, that the waves were going to slow down, but it's actually been the opposite. It's been getting better and better. Also, the wind is dropping quite expressively.
Yep.
So the waves are just getting better. Look at this triangle peak, like peaking up there.
Yeah, early on today, we had those sort of white caps. Although it was offshore, so it's still clean in the shore, it was still really, really strong. And it was just affecting the waves in terms of when you're paddling and trying to get up. But now it's just smoothed off. It's light offshore. Swell still around. Yeah, that high tide. Well, we've still got a couple of hours at least to the high tide. So we'll see how we go. Right now, though, down with the heat leader, or the heat winner from last one, Joanna Garnell.
Yeah, it's not Joanna Garnell, it's Chico by Chico. But yeah, I'm here with Samuel. Samuel asked me to ask some questions in Portuguese, so I'm going to go through his it in Portuguese. Samuel, como é que foi? 7:43, depois vai para a direita, 7 outra vez. Feliz?
Muito feliz. É sinal de muito trabalho. Estou com muita vontade assim de mostrar um pouco do meu trabalho, sabe? Eu tenho trabalhado durante anos e sinto que estou num momento muito especial da minha vida, de muitas coisas acontecendo, pessoas incríveis próximo. Isso é muito importante, ter pessoas verdadeiras próximas. Então, estou muito feliz por estar em Portugal, de ter, mais uma vez, agradecer a Poli pelo suporte. A Poli tem me dado um suporte incrível. Tenho feito um trabalho muito incrível com ele, juntamente com o Paulo, o Shape, que acertamos aí em 3 pranchas. Isso a gente sabemos que é difícil, né? É um processo de muito trabalho e o diálogo que tivemos foi muito importante para chegar no material que temos. Enfim, feliz, bateria intensa, querendo muito pegar onda. E deu certo, peguei a esquerda, peguei a direita, tentei dominar o pico, pressionar os adversários e agora focar, né, recuperar e continuar na mesma batida para alcançar os objetivos que preciso.
Qual é a expectativa para este evento?
Das melhores, espero que continue com essa mesma energia, sabe? Mesma energia de intensidade, de vontade, e a expectativa é as melhores. Passar bateria por bateria e ajustando para chegar até o objetivo concreto.
Boa, Samuca. Muitos parabéns. Foi um prazer ver-te a surfar. Back to you, boys. Into the next round. Samuel Lee reaping 2 sevens.
Thanks, Chico. Yeah, cool. Well, there you go. Well, my Portuguese is atrocious, and I'm not sure quite what Chico asked him there. Was it to define the Shakespeare's 12 plays in a synopsis? It sounded like quite a in-depth question. He's got quite a long and detailed answer.
He duplicated those 12 versions.
Right.
Actually.
I don't want to go through the whole thing, but top line, what was Sammy? What was he saying
interesting.
there?
It was interesting to hear what he was saying as we have Amir's last one. It's really fun waves. Still hard, still small, but really fun and clean. So it's not your typical 2-foot onshore QS style. It's 2-foot offshore QS style. He was talking about his entourage, and that he's in a very special moment in his life right now where he has like a really nice entourage around him. been living in Portugal. He has the support of one of Portuguese's best surfboard manufacturers, Poland.
Yep.
Yeah, he felt good. He felt with a good energy. He wanted to impress his adversaries. That's something you don't hear
Right, yeah.
all the time, right?
Here I am, guys.
I want to impress my my fellow competitors.
Yeah.
And yeah, he just wants to keep going. He was not that specific about a goal or an objective, but he wants to do good.
Well, good on him. Wow, that was a nice first turn. Palo, there's the second one. Bit of variety here. Third, that's Garcia. And now he looks at the judges. He's got some expression.
He was mad there.
Yeah. Biton. So Biton, the Israeli, wiggling S-turns and just comes unstuck. Garcia had a nice wave. Only needed a pretty small score to get up into first place. I think he's got that. I think he may have just left a few points on that wave. Just with that final turn. But we'll see. But either way, I think he's got himself right back in the game. He's been patient, only his second wave. This is Biton. So this is where he started getting busy, but just as soon as the fins went out, he was gone there. But the next wave, this is the wave here. Zay, what do you reckon?
Yeah, bigger wave. He's a really solid surfer. You can really see. He gets down low in the bottom when he goes for those bottom turns, which help him then to get up. When you're a big surfer, you really need some leg movement in small waves. Otherwise, it'll be really hard for you to move. And then that look, that's part of this wave score. Little intimidation there. Or confidence.
Yeah, well, he should be confident. He got a 6 for that wave. So even though he probably could have left that last turn maybe not entirely complete, it doesn't matter. Those first 2 turns are the money turns. That's got him up into first place. Garcia and Paulette have been the best surfers in this heat by far, and now they've got their points to show for it. So good surfing from the pair based in France. So the 2 Frenchmen are out there. The 2 Israeli surfers, a fair bit of work to do. We've got 10 minutes to go in this heat. Right now, though, we're going to get a short commercial break and come back with all the action of this round of 128, heat number 7, and more cool stuff like this straight after the break. What a way to finish. And we are back here at Costa de Caparica Beach in Portugal. 4 surfers. We've got a bird's eye view of those 4 surfers. Sasha Garcia out in front. Nicholas Paulette in second place. Dor Biton now needing a 6.07 to improve his score. Yanane Amir down there in 4th, needing also a 6-point ride. We've got some live action as we see Amir, but he doesn't have priority. The Frenchman does. Pale clicks it off the top. That was a nice first turn. Bit of variety. And then a second one there, wrapping it down and just waiting for the end. It just never comes. Bouncing and bouncing. He's worked for this, hasn't he? Can he finish it off? Well, he does, all the way to the beach. So a well-surfed wave. Trying to improve on a 4.5.
Goes for the air. Ooh, that was a bit dangerous. Kind of a passion pop.
Kind of.
I think he, you know, his hand, but like, yeah, Sasha here. And falls down. He was asking for information there. I don't think he knew about his last one, but Buton here. Bottom turn, goes for a first snap. Looks like he's using an epoxy. Now he goes down to the base of this wave and finishes off.
Yeah, 3 solid turns from the Israel surfer, and that's only that is 6.07. So even if he doesn't get it, it's going to get a lot closer. And we saw some pretty, strange wipeouts, I would say. We also saw before the break. I mean, I've been around this. Okay, this is the 6-point ride that he needs. Almost sprays his competitor. Always a few little extra bonus points in that, as far as I'm concerned, and finished it off. But the pre-surf entertainment from Rael Borman in that last, before the break. I mean, I've been around a long time. I've seen a lot of surfers warm up for a lot of heats. I mean, that's what I do.
That was...
And that's right up there.
I was warming up with him in my head right now.
He was confident. He was happy. I mean, I just can't see him losing this heat after that warm-up. And if he doesn't make the highlights packages, well, I don't know what's going on in the background there, but really strong surfing. And this is, wow, nice little cut down there from Nicholas. Another one. And that has got him up at 6.07. His best wave. So edging further ahead. Now Garcia needing to get him, and then all the way to shore. It'll be a little point,
nice image here.
0.1 of a point counts. And so more sets approaching.
So Nicholas had a 6.07 for that last one. His best wave so far. So Sasha now wanting a 4.85. And he will not get it in that one.
No, and he had priority. Amir uses his priority and goes down yet again. So surfers not capitalising on their ability to, an opportunity to have that first wave, any wave they want. A bit of patience. Not easy when there's only 4 minutes remaining, but still. And just couldn't quite hang on there. Amir's got a lot of work to do. Dorbiton needing a 5.28. So his last wave came in at a 4.4. So did lower his requirement by a point or so. So he's still in the game. And he looks like he's looking at this one. But Alex not to. Meanwhile, Nicholas Palat in the red. Looking strong. Got the heat lead. Got the priority. He's been pretty calm and assured, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Say?
Definitely. And this last wave of his just shows some maturity in his surfing. He was, it was like 6 minutes to go. He needed to secure his first or second place. And he was just calm, surfed the wave really well, took the space to do the good turn. So really good surfing from him. He might have got a little bit of inspiration seeing Gorman's dance.
Yeah. Well, I was about to ask you about that. It's well teed up. I mean, you made a comeback on the Portuguese National Series this year. Saying what's your sort of go-to hype music pre-heat? You're a DJ. You know your music. What's on loop?
I actually, this is interesting.
Well, I'll be the judge of that.
I hadn't competed for 5 years, and I totally forgot what my pre-heat routines were like. So I forgot my headphones. I didn't hear any music before my heat, actually.
How'd you go?
Not good.
You need some headphones, man. You need the
soundtrack,
soundtrack, dude.
Headphones.
Come on, mate. You don't see Mick Fanning pumping iron in the. Whoa, there's some weightlifting there. 2 searing turns. Nicholas just getting stronger and stronger. Yeah, you need it. You need
confidence.
You need some RPMs.
Yeah.
Zipping through those headphones,
Definitely. I might bring those big speakers and just
get over.
You know,
blast
renewed
it.
style kind of.
Oh, mate, it's pretty much 90% of the heat, cycling out your opponents.
Yeah. In my case, was 100%. So.
2 strong turns. He's looking sharp, this kid. I like the way he's approached the wave. Smooth style, bit of zip.
Yeah, fast.
And he's out in front. Meanwhile, Amir, I would say, lacking a bit less zip. Sort of finally got a bit of a wave to open up. The old drop wallet to cut back. And unfortunately, that might be a channel bottom. Was that just a spray on that?
Yeah, that was an interesting.
Channel bottom. I mean, it is glassy, I'll give you that, but in these type of conditions, you might want a bit less drive. But he's chasing 6.84. I don't think he'll get it with that. And 90 seconds on the clock. To be fair, the 2 best surfers in the heat have done, surf the best, and they're out in front. There we see.
I think this is a prayer or some kind of.
Absolutely.
It is a prayer. Yeah. Those are 2 Brazilians. That's a Portuguese surfer.
Yeah, João Mendoca. He's
from the south of Portugal.
And they're just going through their
bit of witchcraft
mantra. Each full sort of almost Temple of Doom style there, wasn't it? Sort of hand on heart. You're going to rip it out, aloft it to the gods.
Bit of Reiki.
But it's all part of the talk about routines. It's all part what works for each individual surf, whether it's headphones or a group prayer, whatever floats your boat, I say. And that's João Mendoca, great surfer. Been through a lot of injuries in his young career. Had a really debilitating sort of bone growth disease, effectively, that he had to overcome when he was 13 or 14. He wasn't even sure he'd be able to surf. So he's been through a lot at such a young age. And he's come back fighting fit, ready to roll. And got 20 seconds of in the water, but right now it looks like Paulette and Garcia pretty much got a lock on this. Haven't really been threatened by the 2 Israeli surfers throughout the course of the heat. And with 5 seconds to go, they're going to take it away with relative ease. And that's a wrap. One last set of approaches, but it comes in too late. Not sure if the next serves the next heat, be able to capitalise. That's it. All over she cries. They all come in together. And Pele just does a little victory lap. Nice little carve. He's happy with his performance as well, he should be. And we go straight on into the next round. Some experienced surfers, some young surfers coming up. Always a nice mix. The Caparica board there looks pretty sharp.
Sharp and stylish.
Yeah, yeah.
Surfer.
And, and that's it. That's a wrap. Well surfed. The boys all have a bit of a chat to each other. Go through the debrief. Job well done. Speaking of job well done, I'm going to leave the booth and come back with more action. Paul Evans jumping in right after this short commercial break. Coming back to the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surfers 2022 right after this.
Território de muitos.
And a very warm welcome back to live action from Portugal. Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest brings you the round of 128 QS Warriors. We're going to whittle those down. We're going to lose 2 Portuguese and take 2 through to the next round because there's 4 of them. Flying the green and red with a little bit of yellow. Proudly, Raul Borman, José Champalimu, Daniel Nobrega, Shao Mendonça. Myself, Paul Evans, joined by José Ferreira. And an all-Portugal affair right now, mate.
Yeah, you're actually the only English in this
encounter.
Right
yeah.
Here.
I think I'm pretty happy with that. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, that's cool.
I'm in good company. Great company. Let's see if we get some swells heading our way to kick this one off. 25 we started with. We've lost 3.5 of those just about so far with a couple of small numbers in. Borman, the fiery warm-up. Couple of numbers in. Nothing major. 1 and a 2 for him so far. Nobrega also with a number to the tune of 183. We'll see some paddles for position right now. Borman will put himself on the apex of a right-hander. And he'll whip down the line. Bang. Nice and steep as he sticks the last turn in after kind of projecting down the line with speed. Champalimu just kind of clocks it up with the sort of short stature and just kind of wiggles that one up towards the lip and over it.
Yeah, he's from Cascais, from my hometown. He's been training a lot this past few years, really dedicating, a lot of time, a lot of traveling, a lot of competing. He hasn't quite yet made a statement in the QSs, but I could say it's a question of time now for him. Let's see. And Raul looked sharp and looked loose, just like he was dancing. So, matching. And here we have Mendonça. As Ben was saying, he's been going through some injuries lately, and now he's getting back on his feet, training with Javi Batista, who has been competing in Portugal and living as well. Great surfer from Brazil, and we in Portugal we end up having a lot of surfers from abroad living, but mainly Brazilians in this exchange of knowledge and cultures has done well for surfing in Portugal. Actually, it's been very productive for both sides, I would say.
It's kind of a muted colour palette on a Tuesday afternoon here, as we have nice light airs. That real brisk offshore from this morning has calmed itself down. Smooth on the face, no real huge numbers coming in. The 367 for Borman, the best of it. In the meantime, let's go down and hear from a happy Frenchman. His name is Nicolas Paulet, and he's with Joanna Garnell.
Yeah, it's Chico by Chico here, not Joanna Garnell for the second time, Paul. But yeah, stoked. Nicolas Paulet, how was it out there?
It was fun, pretty hard with the wind, and there is not much power on the wave, but still fun.
How's the board going? You looked fast and comfortable on that equipment.
Yeah, I have a Caparica, worked pretty well, and yeah, it goes really good.
Is that the model from Gabriel Medina?
Yeah, same model, the DFK. And
that's good signs. Are you going for the air too?
Yeah. Maybe if I have the the ramp, maybe I'm gonna try.
Okay. Great. Congratulations, and yeah, Nicolas Paulet into the next round. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thanks, Chico.
Back to you, boys.
Yeah, good work, mate.
All right. Chico Garnell there.
Borman, action is live, and he's whipping off the shoulders. He's making all kinds of hand signs as he will kick out with a number to drop. Not sure he'll go into a top 2. He's the leader so far in this. Nobrega, we've got a number to come for him. Got himself a little bit fired up. Didn't get a huge return from the panel. Just the one for him. And we'll wait for a second wave for Champalimaud. We'll also wait for an opening ride from Mendonça. So this one, yeah, to show us any real quality, although we do have Borman improving the 5.83. Let's get a look here. This was during the interview.
Yeah, I think this is the 5.83, so first really good turn, second one with a lot of water, a bit of diversity there on that third one using the rail, so 5.83, he's rewarded for that. So the turns weren't that, you know, vertical. He was using the bottom of the board, so that's why that was so much water coming out, and then in the end the rail there really finished off well that one.
Here goes Mendonça down the line, just loses it on the bottom turn. The board ejects, slippery like the proverbial bar of soap. Meanwhile, flaring up goes Borman.
Airtime.
And reverses it above the lip, collects it well, nice and stylish. And he's got a spring in his step here, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's gaining confidence, and that's dangerous when you're in a heat and you start building and building. Raoul Borman. Let's watch the replay there. So he had this turn before going for this one. So that was a good wave. Let's see. I'm curious to see. At least the heats I was commentating, I only saw one air during the whole day of today. So I'm curious to see how are the judges going to, you know, value airtime in a day like today, because you know it's not. This was an aerial turn. I'm not sure if it was an air. It was kind of a trick as well.
A little paddle from Nobrego, wanted that wave. Doesn't manage to get on it. And his second priority will be surrendered rather cheaply. He'll drop back to fourth. First priority, Champalimaud. And it is very much all about waiting your turn when our surfers are in very close quarters. Quite often at kind of a European beach break, we might expect multiple peaks. And therefore, priority not necessarily playing out throughout the heat, but because it's small, because it's compact, we've basically got this one bank with a right and a left. Pretty much evenly matched, really, in terms of where the scores are coming. And therefore, you will need to have that priority certainly on your side of the peak. And able to be able to get the best waves of all. And it is about being selective. It has been all day long.
As we see, the tide is coming up kind of fast. Hasn't been affecting the conditions, really. It's actually getting, well, the last few heats were the best heats I've seen in terms of waves. Let's see what the pace of the ocean will look like in the next heats.
Alan Saulo, great surfer. Doesn't mind to flare up as well and punt. Let's see how he goes. Not loads of energy being offered by the ocean. It's all about the surfers that can be sprightly and light on their feet. It's exactly what Nicola Paulet, you know, we talk about the maneuvers they do on the way, but just sort of overall impression that he creates. As soon as he's up on his feet, he's up to a high line and he's staying super light and his board's moving quickly all the time. And that means he can navigate some of the slopier sections when they come. And he arrives at the lip with speed on the steeper ones. What Borman's done in this one too. And he did get a 4.6, so you wondered where that would go. That little fin chuck style maneuver. 4.6, pretty decent return, really. And you match that in with a 5.83, and you say, so far, hats off to Borman, who, without really having anything to get particularly excited about wave-wise, has got himself in double figures. Be very surprised if he doesn't make it through in first or second with double figures, because that's the way these heats have been going today. And already up there without really having big priorities or particular quality from the wave. So good stuff from him. He's got second prior right now. And everyone will have to be a little bit patient. We can take in the beautiful views of Portugal's capital city of Lisbon. But these guys aren't thinking about the view. They're strictly business, eh?
Yeah, true that. But this view, it's beautiful. We have Sintra in the back. And then we have, I think it's Caxias. Anyway, it's a beautiful view watching João Mendonça with Lisbon's background, and unfortunately, João isn't really finding the waves. Truth is, when you think about João Mendonça, you think about big barrels. That's what he's kind of known for these days lately, but he's still a young surfer, so a lot for him to come in the next few years, hopefully.
Bourman had a little look, didn't he, wide on a left. Nothing really forthcoming in terms of points. And he's prowling back up. You see the cadence in his paddle stroke. He is right up for this encounter. He's frisky, he's fiery. Here goes Champalimaud in the blue. A soft right hand, a little snap from him. Kind of whips that tail around, and then he'll S down the line, looking for a finish. Ooh, and that nearly goes wrong. He did well just to sort of catch the nose of that board with his back arm, because that was heading towards the chin or somewhere in the grid.
Yeah, true.
But he looks after the facial features and recovers the vessel, makes his way back out, but he'll be gutted not to get a completion on the second turn.
Nice. Well, okay, little snap there, and then, ooh, I couldn't see if that was on his face or not. And Mendonça here goes for one snap, and then another foam climb, and let's see if he finishes off well. Two more turns, so a 3-4-7 for that one. He's back in the game, second place now.
And the ocean, once again, becomes becalmed as everyone has a little bit of chance to process on scores. Bourman, Mendonça with the best of this. Champalimaud and Nobrega, a bit of work left to do. They got just over 10.5 minutes to do it. Join us for more live scintillating action from Portugal right after this. QS Warriors line the sands of Caparica, taking in a Tuesday afternoon. Day one of our waiting period for the Estrella Galicia Surf Fest. Kicks off, straight down to it, a little pause on the low tide. And as we flooded in this afternoon, there's been some decent conditions, some good scoring too, specifically in this heat from the surfboard of Raoul Bourman. 6.83 in for him. Big number on his wave number 8. We'll pick up live from Champalimaud in third right now, looking for 5.47. A little abbreviated rail arc. It's a long ride from him, and he'll just try and squeeze every opportunity vertical hit to finish strong on the inside. So did well to hang on and to get that finish, and he'll have a little bit more swing about him as he heads back out. He'll get a number to come in if he gets a 5.47 or better. Move up to second, but even just improves on what he's got so far, which is very little indeed. He's going to feel better about the way his afternoon's going.
Yeah, he's not looking. You know, this heat has been pretty tight between the João, José, and Daniel. So it's pretty much anyone's game. Let's watch this replay. So pretty nice first turn. Not a lot of spray there, but It was a fast little good turn, and then finishes off well. Vertical, good bottom turn. At least from the side it looks good. And then kind of a skatey punt, which is just a cool little detail there. And a lot of action during the break. And there here, this is an air. Looks at the watch, takes the hat off, and receives a 6.83.
Good stuff there from Borman. So an absolute frenzy of activity during the break. If you want to make sure a set comes in, well, just throw it to commercials. That's the way to make the ocean fire up. We're enjoying getting all caught up with this. At 6.83 for Borman is a really solid total now, the 12.66. Who's going with him at the moment? We'll stick with live. Here he is. He's got some fire in his belly.
Kind of like a Miguel Pupo kind of style. He has some...
Looks like he's having fun out there. I mean, he's got the serious face. He's got the game face on, but his body language is having all sorts of crazy fun.
He's relaxed. He's dancing. He's dancing in the waves as well. So it will be cool to catch up with him.
Borman, 12.66 that total. But a number drop in, a couple of quick backhand whipping hits from him. And numbers also Nobrega, Champalemo. Donsa with a couple of pretty average numbers, really. 4.23, 3.47. That is not what you want to hold on to a second place. One of the people trying to come back at him is this man here, Nobrega, who's got very modest numbers of his own so far. See if he'll improve when the judges lock in. And they come in for Borman too. Okay, so we've got a number. Comes in for Champalemo, a little improvement, not enough to get him up to second though, but he gets to third, brings his requirement down, 3.91 currently. We've also got a number in for Nobrega. That's a slight improvement once again. So they brought their requirements down now, 5.5 to go. Sets stacking up, and it's sort of fours really for our surfers in third and fourth, and this one wide open in terms of that battle for second, but it seems like Borman is running away with this.
Yeah, Borman is pretty much miles away from everybody else in this heat. He has a high 6 and a high 5. And also he just looks, different, more confident, more in control of what's going on. And he's probably a bit more experienced as well. But let's see, João Mendonça, second place. He definitely wants to secure that. That was a all right first turn, and then kind of gets stuck there. So not sure if he'll replace that 3.47, and Hali Batista having a, thinking about that.
Right, just went sort of soft on him, didn't it, really? Just kind of disappeared. He actually did well to finish that second maneuver, not bog before he got it done, but the wave just literally evaporated as he surfed it.
Espera, he's saying wait. Hali, really experienced competitor. And he's been training guys like Lucas Silveira, João Mendonça, and other surfers. So, it's I think he really has a profile to be a good coach. João Mendonça, stylish surfer. You can see the knee, the bended knee. It's usually a sign of talent if it's not forced.
Nobrega trying to fire up on the shorey. Borman again goes for the reverse. That one incomplete. We also saw an angle of Nobrega going right to the shorey, and he's not at the waves. Nobrega's a bit unlucky really. And his opportunities to come, the waves have just gone soft in the middle part of the wave, crucial for getting points there. And he's sort of had to fight his way across waves and just kind of force the issue a little bit. It's been reflected in the scoreline, a 1 in for his last effort, not what he needs. That remains the 4.63. Champalemo, 3.91, just over 3 on the clock. Borman streets ahead in this. 6.1 is an improvement on his backup that he got for those couple of backhand hits on the right-hander. He's ridden a couple of waves since then. One of them was a 5.1. How our surfers in third and fourth would love that. Even a surfer in second would love a 5. It'll be yet another 5-point throwaway for Bournemouth, who's been commanding in this one. As we check out Charles Vidal. Coming up next, taking on Alan Saulo, Jacob Kuzia, Adrien Toyon. Looking like we got the Italo Ferreira model, Tim Patson. And he'll need to bring some of that Italo energy out here when a little bit lackluster from the surf itself. It's all about the surfers who can show up, energize, impress the panel. Bournemouth's been impressive in this. He'll be feeling pretty good. We talked about the warm-up and all that energy.
Yeah, he's
turned into points, right?
Been energetic since the beginning, and I was kind of thinking about that. Use that word, energizing. Really, the guys that have been doing well today have been energetic inside the water, you know, in their surfing, and you do need to be like that to surf waves like this. You really need to require from your muscles a lot of activity and vitality and punchiness, crispiness, and yeah, a good warm-up or a good routine before your heat might get you pumped up, and that's something that you need today, because the waves ask for that. Really, you got to do all the work today.
Okay, Bournemouth, by far and away your heat leader on a left. He'll just release the tail. It won't be a big point scoring maneuver. Meanwhile, on the other side of the peak, crucially, surfer in third, looking for a number, looks to go all the way to the inside. So we know he rode a pretty long wave, didn't get a finishing turn. What did he get before that? And was it to the tune of 391? Well, that'll be the question our panel will shortly answer as we check out his coach, who looks, well, a little bit kind of concerned, just very much into the battle right now as it's crucial stages. Score to come from the panel.
Teresa Bonvalot here. Well, they have the same coach. So in this heat, that guy, he's called Manuel Gameiro, Portuguese coach, coaching José Champalimau, Guilherme Ribeiro, Teresa Bonvalot, and a few other surfers. So it's a promising coach from Portugal.
There goes Mendonça, second place. He's got a wall in front of him here. Can he build some speed? He'll just tweak the tail above the lip. Not doing big damage there. Don't think he'll add massively. Bournemouth, 13th wave for him. He's been dominant out here in basically every metric. Every way you look at it. Has to make room, though, for Nobrega, who does have priority. So Bournemouth unnecessary there. Surfing towards the surf with priority. And that was silly. And it'll look like he'll get away with that. But he didn't need to do that sort of thing.
Yeah, it's dangerous.
Because all really Nobrega needed to do was basically go left on that wave. And there would have been an interference call there if he turned and went the other way for no other reason than that. But anyway, that'll all be inconsequential, we reckon, as we wait for that number to come in for Nobrega, 463, the requirement. Let's get a look at this now. Zé Ferreira, so up on the peak, Bournemouth. He doesn't have priority. Nevertheless, he does turn pretty close here to Nobrega, who just threw that one away. But that's just sort of risk you don't need to take. He's already ridden 12 waves.
Yeah.
Stay well away from the surfer with priorities. He's paddling into a wave.
Mistake like that can cost you a heat.
But he's ripped this one apart, really. He has dominated. He's thrown us a bit of everything. Some power moves, thrown in some airs. He's gone right, he's gone left. And he's been very, very good value. So he will be psyching. And that'll wrap things up for the all-Portuguese encounter.
Yeah, that was a good heat. And next heat looks exciting as well. We will have our European Rob Machado.
There's the official results. The high score from Baumann, it's a big number. Bournemouth, excuse me. Looking very good indeed. Tuesday afternoon vibes at Caparica. Out for a little bit of fishing, out for a bit of surfing, maybe just to come down and watch. All available for you here. It's entertaining stuff, more live action, more entertainment. Estrella, Galicia, Caparica Surf Fest returns right after the break.
Almada, território de muitos.
Costa Caparica plays host to European qualification once again. QS Warriors in town, male and female. We've seen the men and the women straight into action on our first day of the waiting period, kicking things off for a Portuguese double-header. Down on the south side of the Bay of Lisbon, Costa Caparica, a stretch of sandbars in between jetties. A lot of variety, some surfing conditions on offer. And someone who grew up shredding this part of the world, this exact beach. In fact, his name is Chico Alves. He's back in the studio, and he's liking the way his day's going so far. Or are you? Tell us if you're not, mate. Be honest.
I'm having a good time.
You happy?
Yeah, I'm happy.
Okay.
I have you boys here on the booth. The waves look fun, and I have Adrien Toyon in the water, one of the best styles in Europe. Yeah, he's got a good hit in his hands. João Vidal, Alain Saulo, and Jakub Kuzia.
Yeah, good-looking heat out in the water. 5-5 already in for Adrien. So he's throwing good numbers down from the get-go. Decent way to kick things off. And yeah, he's been sort of competing more sporadically in recent years as Adrien, but last couple of years, the way the new format has been with the QS, is one of the surfers that has been brought back to it. So whereas before, if you're kind of going to do the QS, you've got to commit to this whole big year and go to all the big events. And, you know, right now, with it being kind of compressed and much fewer events, it's not so much for him at stake to go and do them. And if he can get close to the Challenger Series, he's on.
Yeah, exactly. It's not a full year traveling. It's just like...
And if not, he can just go back and sit on Instagram. You know,
How many months? How many months is the European tour?
It sort of bridges 2 seasons, doesn't it? So we're going to sort of finish up for qualification after Santa Cruz, right? And then the Challenger Series will start for 2022. And then the events that we run this summer, for example, up in France, we've got a couple of events before we head back down to Portugal. That'll actually be towards 2023 season. More of that fun format chat to do with the QS after we hear from the winner of the last heat who tore it a new one. His name's Raoul Borman, and he's standing by for a chat.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. Congratulations. You were on fire. You were unstoppable. How was it for you?
Pretty happy. Conditions are kind of fun. I was pretty early in the morning if it was going to be pretty small. But yeah, pick up a bit. The waves are fun. And yeah, it was super nice.
And you were saying the weather here is really cold because you just got back from Brazil for 3 weeks there. What were you doing there? Were you surfing as well?
Well, yeah, actually I went to visit my family. I was 6 years away already. And wow, felt so good, you know. Felt like they're really boosted up and came ready to the upcoming comps. And yeah, let's just say how they gotta go. But that was pretty different, you know, surfing board shorts, all the time, warm water, hanging with my friends. It was a fun time at home.
And now here, you know this coast like the back of your hand. You've been living here for a few years now. What do you think about this beach break right here?
Well, Caparica is a place where I feel so good, you know. Like my dad lived here. I spent so much time of my year in here. And yeah, feels so good. Like I know the waves and I just want to keep going.
Well, it showed that you knew your waves very well. Good luck, and we'll see you in the next round.
Yeah, thanks so much. That's kind of crazy because a month ago I didn't know if I was going to compete because I got no sponsors at all. But now I'm ready for it. Let's just bring it on.
Do you want to send a shout out to your new sponsors?
Yeah, thanks guys to make my life better. You know, thanks guys to put me on the comps and give me the support that I need. Let's just keep going. Thanks family. Thanks everyone.
Well, there you go. Back to you guys.
Cheers.
Thank you, Joanna Garnell. Let's get caught up with action and scores from out in the water. We saw Jakub Kuzia, a Polish surfer, just throw a number. It's a low one. Alan Saulo flared up, through, down, and air. Which doesn't go big at his score by virtue of the fact it was incomplete. And we've got a number to come in for João Vidal. And then we'll have at least one wave ridden by anybody. The water photographer, Ricardo. And he's used to sort of kicking against the current in heavy water. Slightly easier day at the office from the point of view of staying in the same spot and not having massive waves break on your head.
Yeah, we can call it easy day on the job for Ricardo. But he's used to being in the water with huge conditions, so he might be enjoying himself there. As we see the drone view, green water, João Vidal waiting for his first wave. He has priority, so yeah. Let's see if he can start it off with a good score. There's only 17 minutes to go, so he really needs to get this heat started. He has been waiting a while for his heat. Oh, he got a wave actually during the break. Big first snap, getting caught a little bit. Getting caught a little bit behind, and yeah, another one here.
Ooh, slicing. And just putting a little bit too much into that. And he'll go down. So, a couple of efforts there. Still waiting for numbers to get all caught up. As we'll check out priority switching to our heat leader, Toyon. What's he got for us? He's already got the 5-5 locked in early on. Let's have another look here. Here goes Saulo.
Getting the speed up.
Bang.
Quick snap, blowing the tail out there. And another one. So 3-turn combo and looking solid. And the replay of Vidal getting the first snap, going around the section, another one, and then getting stuck there. Hard wave to surf. The tide is coming up, so it's getting harder and harder for these surfers to get the right section to unload. And yeah, it has been a good day of surfing, but hard.
Yeah, the shore break isn't really there, is it? It's not quite enough energy to get up the beach, so the wave is actually dying out just before it hits the sand. So really tricky finish for our surfers. You really want to get turns down out the back if you can. Bang maneuvers on the initial section. If you try and bring it in and kind of finish on the inside, those inside sections are just disappearing. Saulo sort of lost impetus off the bottom there and went a little floppy. Never really committed to the turn. As he has a little look around, looking slightly disheveled, with a little bit of fire in his belly from the point of view that he's in fourth and needs a score. Vidal gets a decent number, 5, 6, 7 for him, the highest score of the heat for João Vidal. Good stuff from the surfer in blue, gets to first. Toyon will have priority now and a very low requirement to get that first place back. Just needs a 2.85. Down towards the 15-minute mark. This is heat 9 of our round of 128. We're going to go through to heat 14. According to my calculations, that's 5 more.
Well, let's see. I think with the tide coming up so quickly, I think it's going to be hard.
Oh, okay, wow. A little pessimistic there, Chico. You think it might get high and we might stop?
Well, I think so.
Okay.
As we see, another Portuguese coach, David Ramon. He coaches a lot of surfers from Portugal. He started off a long time ago with my generation of surfers, which included José Ferreira, such a talented surfer from Portugal, Vasco Ribeiro. He had a couple more, including me. And yeah, they've been working with Portuguese surfers for a while now. He's also the Portuguese team leader for the Olympics. So yeah, he's been working with surfing for a long time now, him and Nuntelm. So yeah, he's preparing his surfer for the next heat. As we see a surfer there warming up with tennis balls. They're taking advices from Verstappen, from the Formula One
Work
warm-ups.
on the reaction times. I think Sally Fitzgibbons, I think, might have been the first person onto this, working with the Australian Institute of Sport over 10 years ago, when everyone was doing the kind of music and rolling around, and she was doing the tennis ball catching, going back, I think, as far back as around about 2011, 2012, something like that. I saw her doing that.
So do you think she's the ambassador of the reaction?
She could have a tennis ball sponsorship. I'd throw her. You know, can I just say as an aside, how good is that sound when you open a can of tennis balls and you get the little decompression? And then the little scent as well.
And then you smell
man.
it. You just feel like Federer. Huh?
All right, live action here. Let's check out Saulo as he'll clock one and get a little sticky as he tries to recover that turn. So quick in and out. Well, out of that maneuver for him, but nicely done.
As we see there, reaction time. Getting on point.
Looks like Timmy Elter coming up in the next heat. This was Saulo.
Well, Saul, he lives here, I think. Alan Saul. I think I've seen him surf here sometimes, and I think he's used to this beach break. So let's see if he can put together another score. He has a 4 now, so he's searching for sure bigger scores. As Adrien Toyon as a 5-5, no backup, but Adrien Toyon with a lot of experience, probably the most experienced surfer in this heat. We know for sure he's going to put something on the board in the next 11 minutes. And
that's the way this one has been stacking up. Heat 9 of our round of 128. Not loads of action to bring you as we go past the halfway point. We're going to jump to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll wrap up this heat. Toyon and Kuzia with a little work to do. We'll be right back.
It's been a year now.
Welcome back to the beach. Lines making their way, not necessarily marching, but kind of ambling towards the shore here at Costa de Caparica as a relatively quiet heat continues down towards that 10-minute mark. We've got João Vidal leading this one. Well, we did until a number just dropped in from this man paddling Saulo. He now finds himself in the lead. He won't add to it with that effort, but a couple of 4s good enough for the lead. So Vidal goes into second. Toyon remains in third place. Jakub Kuzia, our surfer from Poland, up there on the Baltic Sea. We've had some good waves in the last couple of weeks, actually. Had clean conditions, a couple of barrels at the beach breaks up there. As we'll check out our leader, Saulo, down the line. What's he got for us here? A little ollie and a recovery. And he's got those young knees that sort of hang on, and I can't tell if he's happy or sad about that as he finishes, but he showed some kind of emotion. Squad on the beach.
What a great support crew he has. Probably the biggest support crew I've seen today. Yeah. Around 10 people.
It always looked like he wanted the ramp.
Yeah, it was art section to ramp wasn't really powerful, but let's see. Again, he generated a lot of speed here, but then the wave gets a little bit flat, and the recovery was nice though.
Meanwhile, other side of that, Toyon gets a number thrown in as we're watching that little ollie that kind of runs out of speed. It won't be a huge payout in terms of points, the 283. But Adrien Toyon got himself a good number of a 617, goes back to first. Here goes Vidal now in third. So he had about 3 minutes in first place. He'd like to get back there if he's going to do that. He's looking for a 3-1. We've got a little advice coming in mid-heat here. So the coach running down with some crucial information. And it looked like kind of like something sort of short and snappy. What do you think that might have been? Stick to the right, wait for the sets.
Oh, the coach said to him, be happy and paddle out, I think. And he was like...
I'm not sure that's exactly what he said.
No, he said for sure, stick to the left, your backside is on point.
Okay, here we go, live action. Kuzia, a Polish surfer. He's stylish, he's smooth. I want to see more of him. Doesn't really get angry enough with that wave. Toyon, your leader.
Look at his style.
And he just kind of butters one through the lip. A little hair flick. And again, still swinging. We'll pick him up at the end of that wave. So just kind of going through the motions on that, but looking pretty much in command so far in this one. Got the good number, reasonable number in early on, then kind of waited for the backup when the opportunity came, swatted it away for a 6. We'll get a score to come in for that as well, but looking pretty good value, 11.67, reasonable total. Let's have another look, Chico.
Great style, great speed. Quick jam there. Oh, releasing the tail again. 3-turn combo. He makes it look easy, Adrian, and that's something about his surfing that never goes away. As we see the replay from João Vidal, this was his 4.70, so João Vidal is now in second place.
Really important wave, actually. Yeah, you're right. So this gets him back, and we're just over 6.5. Turns the screw a little bit on Saulo. This was our Polish surfer, Jakub Kuzia.
Yeah, this wave was wasn't that good. Was soft and a closeout, so a softy closeout is always hard to surf. As we see now, with priority in 6 minutes to go, we have João Vidal, which is great for him because he's in second place and he wants to make sure he doesn't lose it. And yeah, behind him we have Alan Saulo only needing a 4.98, and a little bit more behind we have Jakub Kuzia needing a 7.54. So
Jago Cordeiro getting ready there. It's Tim Elter signing a few autographs for the Grom squad. They're stoked. They come down, getting some signatures. And a little chat for good measure too. Timmy, we saw the warm-up with the tennis balls. A little bit of love for the fans as well. And a chance to check out the lineup, see where these scoring opportunities are, see crucially where the best waves are. It's basically, realistically, we're talking a handful of really good chances in these 25 minutes. All about being there when they come. Also having a priority as well. Toyon in 4th priority from deep, and he'll have to get out of the way. Meanwhile, whipping a first turn. Vidal pokes it again. And now he'll hit the gas. A little wobble from him. Unable to get a third maneuver. So a couple of quick sort of whippy turns. I think that means hurry up. Paddle faster?
Yeah. I think every time David does that move, either he's a dance move or paddle fast. But yeah, by the way he's paddling, he's making sure his athlete, João Vidal, is paddling a lot faster.
Do you know he's been busy like a bee? Alan Saulo's ridden 8 waves, and he only needs a 4.98 now, and here he goes. He's looking at a right good-looking wave for Saulo. Off the bottom, clips it, bang. Bit more verticality. It'll come from late on a last turn. Nicely done from him. He'll ask a question of our panel. 4:20 on the clock. Toyon, your leader, backhand attack, and the lip just prods him off. And he'll go down unceremoniously. Won't add to his total. A crucial score now for Saulo. Think about Vidal getting that 4.07. He needs shy of a point better than that. Let's have a look here.
Yeah, quick in transition turn there, getting a little bit caught up on that second one and getting a good off the top on the last turn.
4.7 for his last ride, right? So he needs just a little more juice than that.
5. So based on the scores that came in, I think it's going to be just the score. I think it won't be enough. I just think that.
Okay. Well, number does come in. And it's not enough. 4-1. Quite a bit under. I got a slight feeling you're actually seeing the score come in on our score screen and then pretending you're predicting it. Actually, Chico. And, you know, when I see that, I have to call it out, man. You know, my integrity is very important to me, as you well know. 3 minutes and 15 to go. Toyon, your leader. Vidal still in second place. Saulo looking to claw it back. Still looking for 4.98. Kuzia struggling a bit. Does have priority, though. That's the great news for the pole. He's going to need to go 7.57 in a single wave, or get himself a couple of waves. A couple of 5s will do it at the moment.
As we see João Vidal now blocking Alan Saolo. So we'll have a good paddle battle to make our day a little bit more exciting.
What do you do now when you're Saulo and the surfer with a better priority position also is in the position you want in the heat, is all over you? How do you try and get away? Is it paddling fast? Do you try and sort of do a duck dive and come up somewhere else on the lineup underwater? That would be tricky.
Well,
kind of like a cormorant.
Well, I think they keep paddling, but I just think he should stop and wait for a wave to break.
Check the recap, mate. This is how it's gone down. Toyon, he's looked pretty good, hasn't he?
Yeah, he started off this hit really fast with a 5-5, clean surfing, top to bottom, great style, showing easier to win and making himself comfortable in these type of conditions. Adrien Toyon, as we see, the replay of blue here was the 5-6-7 of João Vidal, 2 big backside turns, and this guy was the man to beat in this heat with the 6-1-7, clean transitions, top to bottom, no digging the rail, and yeah, the judges are loving it. So great surfing from Adrien Toyon.
Look, good value so far, 90 on the clock. And it's Toyon Vidal still 1-2. Saulo 4th prio. The bad news for him, still looking for 498. Kuzia has got first priority his next wave. It's going to prove crucial. First of all, he needs to find a wave. He needs to stand up on it. And he needs to blow up, really. He needs to go massive up towards the excellent range. Let's see how he goes. But it's great to see Polish surfers in it. High-level QS competition. It's part of our sort of emerging stories in the cosmopolitan affair that is professional surfing. Meanwhile, on the peak, it's business time for Saulo. Vidal keeping a very beady eye on him, sticking to him like glue, following up and down. And you can see Saulo is just a little bit sick of the sight of João Vidal right now. He doesn't want to say, mate, I just don't want to see you all up in my grill. Important instructions. Keep after him. Stay on him.
It's hard to be a coach. Like, when the athlete is not doing what he say, it's just like, but because of like what you see from the outside when you're not in it is something completely different when you're in it. So, yeah, I think the athletes adapt quickly to what the coach says. It's really nice because sometimes it works. I think it's what they meant to be, right? They give you a game plan, you follow it, and if you win it, it's because of them, kind of. 50-50 job.
Oh, that'll wrap things up. Toyon gets the victory in that one. Alongside a decent performance as well from one of our Portuguese surfers, Vidal, who crucially got that 4 just at the right time. Get himself through to the next round. And we're all wrapped up. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to bring Ben Mundy into the studio to join Chico. We're also going to see Tim Elton, Tigger Federo, Gabriel Ribeiro, and Ian Fontaine. That's all coming at you live from Caparica real soon.
Almada, território de muitos.
Welcome back live to the shores of Caparica Beach, Lisbon. We are facing, I'd say northwest out there into the beautiful Atlantic Ocean, scanning the vast Portuguese coastline full of waves. And right now, though, there's 4 surfers chasing some waves in this heat. The round of 128, heat number 10. Timmy Elta from Germany, Diego Cordero from Italy, Gabriel Ribeiro from Portugal, and Ian Fontaine from France. A vast European affair. We've got myself, Ben Mundy's taken over the reins from Paul Evans. He's gone out for a bit of a clean of his teeth, a shampoo of his hair, and a bit of a dyeing of those eyelids. We've got Chico Alves, though, coming in, fit, strong, local sort of knowledge, plenty to say, plenty to talk about. I've got a lot of questions for you this next 25 minutes, Chico, so you better be prepared. So I'm not messing around. I want answers. I want the truth. I want your experience. Who's going to win this heat? It's my first question, straight off the bat.
Ian Fontaine.
Okay, good. I like it. I like good, strong surf. He surfed well in this first round. Had a really strong heat. And got off the bat pretty smart. But we've got a bit of paddling action sets is coming in. Sort of 5 o'clock here, almost. Portuguese time. And it's Timmy Elta, the rangy German. Does a lot of his surfing down in the Canary Islands. And just pulls out there. Meanwhile, on his backside, Diego just can't quite get a hold of that. And we saw Adrian Tion. Good to see Adrian Tion get a heat win for a man of his ability and his style. Chico, sometimes he sort of has a few rough heats here and there where he hits a bit of a snag, but today he looks strong. Such a great surfer.
Yeah, he's got it all. Style, power,
hair,
flow, air. Elegant, and there's no reason for him to not do well. As we see Diego Cordero here getting a quick up and out and falling off, and here the team eater,
Timmy Elta, yeah,
and Ian Fontaine, the man of the moment. Quick snap there, another one. He looks quick, sharp on that epoxy Olmeric. And he's enjoying himself. He's a good competitor, really intelligent. Since the juniors, he's always the guy to beat because he always catches the good ones.
Yeah, he's patient, he's smart.
Yeah, he is.
Beautiful editing there too. I might from the G-force there. He's swapped. Lovely bit of camera work, and then from behind now, getting all the angles down here. This Portuguese crew always all over surfing. There's no better broadcasting team in surfing than this Portuguese mob. We've worked with them for a long time. It's like a just smooth machine. Okay, every now and again, you might need a bit of petrol. There's a bit of a bump in the road, but I tell you what, they just drive straight through it. Just drive around it, drive over it, whatever it takes. They do it.
Yeah.
Right now, another absolutely crucial member of the team, Joanna Garnell, down on the beach with the heat winner.
That's right, Ben. Congratulations. You started out with a really good result, and then by the end, you locked in the win. How are you feeling about that?
I'm feeling good. I'm happy to finally get to surf because I've been here all day and it's freezing today. So happy to get a little bit warm and do some sports.
And we haven't seen you since on the QS since the Azores. What have you been up to since the whole year?
Well, I've been. There haven't been that many events actually, but I was traveling a bit. I went to Reunion for a month and spent the whole January on the North Shore, and then been doing some snowboard and spent time with my family and cruising.
And I've got a question from Paul Evans. He was wondering about your strategy because you started off with your hair in a bun, and then by the end it was loose. Was that part of your game plan?
I'm always worried when it comes to Paul Evans, like his questions, and he's good, but I don't know. There's no really strategy with my hair. I know he likes to talk about my hair a lot, but no, just...
Well, we love it. Keep it that way, and good luck in the next round.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joanna. Great work there. And there's Paul Evans still getting his beak in where it's not wanted. And, he just goes with the flow, bun up, hair down, doesn't mind. And
how do you use yours?
Mine, I just keep it really long and lustrous. I shampoo it regularly. I get a haircut a lot because it grows so fast.
Yeah,
So
I can
that's
tell.
why I look after mine. Just constant maintenance, really, is my approach to it. And yeah, I mean, it's just the way it works for me. But everyone's got their own kind of thing. I tell you, yeah, hasn't had a tough few months, has he, old Adriel? Hawaii for a month. Been snowboarding, hanging out with my family. Back to Reunion.
Reunion is not bad at all. Yeah.
Crikey, what a life.
What a life.
That's what happens when you've got talent. You go places. And it's got me in a booth in Caparica, which I'm pretty happy about, because right now there's some live action. We see Ribeiro just kicking off on his backside. Bit slow, but starting to warm up here. I might get some of your questions were about this young man, Gabriel Ribeiro. I haven't seen a lot of him surfing. He's pretty sort of calm. You know a bit about him? Chico Alves?
Yeah, Gabriel has improved a lot in surfing over the last year and a half too. He's got great style. He's from Estrella, and
Right.
he's really good on waves that you are able to open up. And yeah, he's been trying out some great clips and good rail surfing. So yeah, I can tell he's a big he's a big guy. So yeah, he likes a little bit more energy on the ocean. But yeah, can't wait to see what he can do in the small stuff.
Yep. We'll see what he's got. Had a nice little long left there. Wrapped off a few backhand turns. And yeah, Estrella. Well, Estrella, known for its quality waves. Great surfer, such a hot spot. Got Tim Alto, he's just been zigzagging up and down his bank. Got it left, sort of trying to get a bit of distance away from his competitors. This is not a bad decision, particularly. Talked about the coaches and the roles they have. Yeah, you're saying, yeah, that was a good point from you. I like that, Chico. But I'd say, they set the coaches set the plan, and if it comes off, it's the coaches, it's because the coaches did it. If it doesn't come off, it's the surfer's fault.
Exactly.
That's the way I found with surf coaches. Never take any of the, just take the credit. Never take the blame. And you ever see one go, oh yeah, that was my fault. Yeah, I made a mistake. I don't think I've ever heard it before. Ever.
Yeah, true.
From any coach.
Yeah, true.
Anyway, that's
They
their
should
job.
do the post-interview when they lose.
They should.
Like, I'm his coach,
Yeah,
and I
yeah.
told him to do this,
And
and
yeah.
it didn't work.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Oh,
boys.
yeah.
Sorry to his sponsors, and
yeah, I like to hold my hand up.
I'm going to pay you guys.
Yeah, I'm going to dock my own pay.
So he can
And I'm gonna
get
give
his
it to the
contract back.
commentators, yeah. Okay, at the back, Fontaine. Just as we talked about his wave selection, always so on point. Brittany surfer, been based down in Hosca for a long time. And here goes Gabriel. These are replays. A bit of a soft wave, wasn't it? We started to warm up here.
He's got good style.
Has he?
You can tell once he has some space. He reminds me of a guy from my generation of surfers. I think. Do you know José
Mark
Freire?
Richards? Jose, yeah.
Yeah,
I've
he
heard
kind
about
of
him.
has some similarities in his backside.
Yep.
And on his front side too, the way he uses his arms, and we have been speaking about Jose a lot, which is quite weird too. So.
He's right now. Okay, live action.
Oh.
Diego Cordero, nice left hand. Sorry, it's Ian Fontaine. Fontaine's DC. There's two big power hacks from the big Frenchman. I tell you what, he doesn't worry about wherever he puts his hair in a bun or not, does he? He's got no such worries. He's just going full throttle, pedal to the metal, and he's looking really strong in Fontaine. Oh, he has 617 and a 517. So, yeah, second hit of the day.
I
Second
made a good
impressive.
bet.
You did, yeah, you got that right. Bang on. Well, so far, but yeah, you're looking like you've called it correctly. As you see, split the peak. Always great to see.
Big snap there, and another one. He looks fast and sharp. 3 snaps. Diego actually making this wave count. I saw him warming up for this hit. He looked psyched. And yeah, here, the wave. One of the waves of the day, that's for sure. Big snap there. Comes off the bottom. Another big snap there. Jan Fontaine is not going to fall ever. So yeah, he's going to finish it off this wave. And that's what he did. Really smart surfer. So I think this will be his best wave so far. I'm calling it out.
Yep. Good surfing there from Fontaine. Cadero backing it up as well with a strong score, so leaving their opponents with a bit of work to do. Strong though, good solid flurry of waves throughout the hole. Wow, pretty much dead halfway mark of the heat. So exactly the halfway mark. So yeah, really exciting surf. That sunset out there, just starting to show a bit of colour, a bit of shapes. Some sun coming our way, I've been told, over the next few days. So we've got the grey day out of the way, and then the Lisbon sun's going to return. Right now, though, speaking of returning, we're going to go to a short commercial break and come back and see if Ian Fontaine can hold on to his lead over Diego Cordero, Tim Elter and Gabriel Ribeiro. So we've got a few more heats today. The first day of the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest 2022. We'll be right back after this short commercial break. And welcome back to the shores of Caparica Beach, Portugal. My name's Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth by Portuguese surf star, YouTube sensation, all-around good guy, Chico Alves. Just talking about the tide, high tide sort of coming up. We thought that could be a bit of a potential problem in terms of sucking the life out of this bank, but, well, there's some big scores come in this heat. Ian Fontaine's got a 6.57 and 6.17. And so the high tide seems to be, at this stage, not having too much of a cause on the waves, Chico, but that could change if it comes up another sort of hour. You might have to keep an eye on it, but so far so good.
Yeah, we've got more half an hour, right, until it's high tide.
Yeah.
And Ian Fontaine making sure he gets his opportunities and staying active, as we see a big lull in the action now. During the break, I don't think we had wave surfed, so I'm going to stay with you, Ben. Are you looking to surf around Costa these days?
Absolutely, mate. Yeah, I'm going to go raid your dad's board cupboard.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go surf as much as I can. Yeah, I want to go surf everywhere.
You know what? I can't wait to see that.
Yeah, well, it's coming. It's coming, yeah. Hopefully, we've got some swell coming. Hopefully, we'll get some waves in between. I'm going up to Santa Cruz next week, so I hope we always get some waves up there. There's always something breaking up there, isn't there? So, yeah, I mean, I'm in the right spot at the right time with the right people. Surely I'm going to get some waves.
How good is to feel that in life? In general, feel you're right where you belong.
It's pretty much any time I walk into any room, to be honest. But, it's the right part of Europe to be right now. Beautiful part of the world. Good waves, good people. And the pointy end of the qualifying series in Europe, last two events. For the women, it's the last event. This is their last shot to get into that all-important top six. We had Yolanda Hopkins came into the booth, and she's sort of sitting on 7th spot at the moment. So, for her, the next few heats is just going to be all important. It could make her break her whole year. She gets knocked out first heat, bang, she's off. If she wins 4 or 5, she's booking a plane to Australia. So,
is there any person to deal more better with the pressure than Yolanda?
Hopkins, she loves it. I was getting all nervous. She was like, "Hey, mate, don't be nervous, Mundy. It's fine. I'm
fine.
I'm calm. I'm confident."
Yeah.
I was like, and I just relaxed myself.
I felt you could make it too.
I got Hopkinated.
Yeah.
It's like, well, everything's Everything's
Alkinated.
better. Everything's better in the world.
That's a good expression.
And yeah, so but just illuminates the high stakes that these servers are under. And we see a wide set coming here. And it looks like that surfer in white, the local hope's got the priority, fanging down the line. It's going to be a big turn here, hangs it up. Just 2 turns though. Just didn't get the opportunity on that one, unfortunately, for Gabriel. Had to go, but just couldn't quite get it. Elta goes down. 7.5 minutes to go. Fontaine's got this pretty much under lock and key. You can see the frustration coming from Tim. Knew there was a bit of an opportunity on that wave and just fell off. You can't afford to fall off. I know it's an easy thing to say, Chico, but you know, when these waves are this small, the opportunities that aren't that sort of high, you know, for just falling off, it's just not on.
Exactly, as we see Diego here, strong turn there. Diego looks really sharp in terms of like body language. Here we see Gabriel finish it off really well this wave. Let's see if he can make that 3.34. I think it can be enough. What do you think?
R3? Yes. Yeah, 3.34 is probably just about enough. It's going to be close. But he did finish off his wave. It was a sort of solid set wave as well. Eon sitting out there pretty happy with himself. 2 heats. Good day at the office for him. And then the other boys, there's Ribeiro and Diego having a chat about scores, what they all need. How often do you know, some servers talk to each other, some don't. Depends on the situation. But what's your approach on that, Chico? Do you like to go out there and have a bit of a chat, or do you just want to do the death stares? Oh, I like the I love the trainers on the beach. That's Kian Foret there, keeping those toes nice and warm in the wax. Just pan down a little bit more for me. Good. No. Anyway. Getting ready, psyching up, big heat for that man. Yeah, do you like to talk in the heat? Do you like to psych him out, play the happy guy, the nice girl? What's your approach?
Normally when I compete, I don't know, sometimes I talk. When I was younger, I used to talk a lot, ask a lot of questions, do like a 4 and say I did an 8. And like, yeah, I've been always like playing around in and out of the water, but then with age, you know, like you just start to be a little bit more mellow, let the kids play, and I've been enjoying myself in the water.
More of a mentor, you'd say. Just say, look, kids, if you've got a question for me.
No, I see him paddling on a bad wave and I go like, hey mate, that's a bad wave, okay?
Well, you've
got time.
You've got priority.
You've got priority.
Don't lose your priority on that.
Don't lose it.
Because then he'll give it to me.
Exactly.
So yeah, that's good.
Just
I like
don't
that
make
approach.
that mistake.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, that's good for you. I like
and it's
maturity.
Yeah, it's just great to see other people happy, you know. And as we see, talking about being happy, we see a happy guy before going to his hit, which is looking with looks like an epoxy board.
Dean Van der Waal, yeah, he's a great surfer. And he's coming up next.
How do you pronounce his name?
Well,
Dean Van der Waal?
Dean Van der Waal.
Van der Waal. Okay.
But I will no doubt get corrections. My
mangling
of some of the languages is pretty well known. And that's nice surfing. Getting up there. Can he finish off one more? And he can't. Still chasing that 3.87. Cordero, more vertical, sort of busy approach, but didn't quite pay off on that one. And we're looking at a tight race for those 3 spots to go into the all-important second. Timmy Elta, left-hander, sticking to his backhand. First turn's nice. Hangs up for 2. Oh, and just makes another mistake. And you can see, I think his coach just frustration on the beach. Because he'd had a score then. Only needed 4.57. 2 hangers. He could have been close to it. Just whether it's nerves or frustration or out of practice.
Do you think he was on his way for a claim and he ended up poking his nose?
We'll have to look at the replay of that.
Yeah, I want to see it again.
Here we go. Let's talk us through. Right, this is Ian.
Yeah, Ian, the man of the moment, really relaxed now, getting his hips loose, just having fun. He knows he's in the lead. Far away from second, as we see Gabriel here trying to change his 410. 2 hits there and a quick snap there. I don't know if he's going to get rid of that 4.10. And as we see Diego attacking his second place with a quick snap there. Another one. And getting the speed on the line. Quick snap again. It looks really like an electric surfer. And another one. He looks at the judges. And he was selling it. So let's see if he can make it.
Calm down. Calm down.
Gabriel's coach.
Yeah.
Gabriel Ribeiro's coach is saying for him to calm down, breathe in, breathe out. And yeah, Team Ether.
It's good advice, isn't it?
He got a 3.4 and he fell on the second turn.
He would have got that score, absolutely. So that's a mistake that he'll be repaying over and over if it doesn't come good. But yeah, that's not bad advice from the coach. Look, you got priority. Just wait for the wave. Even if if it doesn't come, it doesn't come. But give yourself the biggest opportunity you can have. And you just got to wait. But I tell you what, that ocean looks a little bit pretty uneventful at the moment. He's got no time. Tim Yelta will be kicking himself. The first fall on the wave before that was probably wasn't the score anyway, but that wave was definitely right up there in what he needed to get. And he just couldn't hang on to that second turn, whether that was nerves. As we said, hard to pinpoint exactly. He'll be talking about it for a while. See, Ribeiro starting to fire up. 90 seconds to go. Still got priority. Might get one more shot at this. If he does, he's got to put it all on the line. And he needs... Oh, sorry, he's moved up into second. Diego Cordero. It's a bit of a switch. The surfer in blue. He's needing a 3.87 and Tim Melter that 4.57. Looks like that man, Ribeiro, is trying to hunt down his opponent, get near him, get on him. There's the man that needs the small score, only 3.87. So you got a 3.17 for that last wave where he tried to sell it to the judges. And he's going again. This might be his last shot at it. A little left hand. Is it going to run off on him? He's fanging down the line. He's busy. Gets one up. Can he get a second turn in? Gets a second. Just tapping the phone though. Nothing too major. He's going to try and finish off. He's going to sell this, I bet. And lands on the shore. And that time he's like, well, if his last wave is a 3.17, kind of feels pretty similar. Checks the fins and the sand there. And he doesn't look that confident. He's got the score. He knows his last wave was similar, I think. But he needs a 3.87, so at least he's given the judges something to seriously think about. And he's waiting for it. He's nervous. And just waiting for those scores to come in. The hooter's gone. But it looks like Cordero is not going to get enough. Ribeiro might just have enough. A 3.23. So 0.5 a point off, and that man will be happy about that. Getting through a heat with an 8.3. Well, it doesn't matter what the heat total is. He's just finding out now whether he got through. That man knows he's won it. And yeah, it's good surfing from Ian Fontaine. Being consistent, couple of heat scores in and above the 12 and 13 point range. So job well done for Ian. He'll be dangerous tomorrow as we hit to the round 96. Some of the big seeds come in. And we are marching on through here. We're going to go to a short commercial break. Ian Fontaine's going to come in, have a chat with Joanna Garnell. We're going to have a little sort of talk amongst ourselves and come back with more live action right after this short commercial break.
Almada, território de muitos.
Welcome back to the beautiful sights, bird's eye view of the Costa de Caparica, southern shores of Lisbon, the beautiful city down in the heart of Portugal. We've got a big heat coming up. Dean van der Waal from Belgium, Marcio Teichner from Deutschland, Germany, Seth Morris, Great Britain, and Cotain Forer from France. And we are seeing some small lines still approaching the great little sandbanks here. The banks look good. My name's Ben Mundy, joined in the booth by Zay Ferreira, and it's just looking pretty dreamy out there. I mean, I know it's still small, but in terms of offshore conditions and sandbanks, we've got almost all the ingredients we need.
All the ingredients, actually. I just went by for a walk in front of the competition area to see how is the ocean looking, and it still looks good. So we were predicting that the high tide would get to a point that it would, let's just see.
This is during the break,
Seth
so
Morris.
I love those yellow rails. And this is Seth Morris from Great Britain. Just finished it off there.
Thick surfboard too.
And we see the replay from this angle. So this is a 6. Oh, there's the fins out. I heard Seth just in the hotel actually talking to his mum. A 4.67 for that one just before he came out in his heat. He said, okay, I'll call you after, mum. So got a bit of encouragement, support from his mum back home.
Beautiful surfing.
Yeah, good style, right?
Different style. Really liked it. Marco. There, this is a 393. Finishes up with that inside turn there. But so he had some action. And as I was saying, we thought the high tide would stop the waves, would slow down the ocean, and make it almost impossible to run our competition. But it's actually holding up pretty well. The sandbanks are really good at the moment. So despite the small surf and the small swell and the east wind, which makes the swell harder to hit the coast, we have been having a great day of competition today. Great surfing.
Yeah, there's been plenty of action. We started early and then just had a little bit of a hold around the lunchtime mark, which was pretty good. The wind was up and there was a bit of a sort of low tide. It sort of drained most of the energy off the banks, but came back, and yeah, ever since it's been consistent. Obviously small, no getting around that, but the fact that we've been able to have sort of, well, potentially going to complete 22 heats today is no small feat, and the waves just held on. Hopefully, as this tide comes in, it shouldn't be too bad. So live action, Dean van der Waal. Nice first turn, second turn, a bit similar, but still getting some spray. And just hoping for a little bit of a kick on the end. It's got like a real sort of bit of nose tweak on that board. This is quite beaky of the nose. But
Yeah.
Van der Waal just
looks
finished
like
off.
an epoxy as well. Sorry.
Yeah, a lot of epoxies going around today. Bit more pop. Just gets it up high. Good surfing. Right in the pocket, right, Zay? So sort of whipping it around. Just went a bit fat here.
Real nice surfing. The board looks really good. It looks like an epoxy. It doesn't have a stringer on it, I think. And Mr. Forêt on his opening wave.
Yeah, Foray just working away. But right now, we've got Joanna Garnell. She's down there with Ian Fontaine, who's 2 from 2. All yours, Joanna.
Yeah, congratulations, Ian. 2 in one day. That's amazing. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. All good. The waves were fun, so all good. I'm feeling great.
And you were saying that you preferred this this heat than the one before because it was a bit more tricky?
Yeah, it was a bit more tricky with the high tide coming, and it was a bit more challenging. You can really miss your heat in those conditions. like not be in the right spot, and I was really lucky to find the good ones and surfed it okay. So yeah, a good challenge, and I was really happy to get through that one for sure.
Any strategy for this for these challenging conditions?
Just stay busy and try to really like look at the conditions for like long time, so you know what the tide's gonna do and stuff, and try to be like always one step ahead of the conditions, so you know where it's gonna evolve and stuff. So yeah, that's it, and try to stay busy. Really, in those conditions, it's hard.
And now, what are you going to do for the rest of the day?
Oh, we're gonna go for a good restaurant, I think, and rest, and tomorrow again. All good.
Non-stop. There you go. Congratulations, and we'll see you in the next round.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, et merci à tout le monde de me suivre. Merci la famille, et à bientôt. Bisous. On va aller au bout.
Merci beaucoup, Ian Fontaine. Yeah, he's happy as well. He should. He likes a challenge. Real smart competitor, isn't he, Zay? Sort of. Some guys have the natural flair, the talent, the style, or whatever. Some people have that really hard-nosed competitive edge. I think, not being too harsh and saying he's probably in the ladder. Would you agree?
Definitely, and a really smart competitor and sweet guy as well. And he's also a coach. He has a surf school in Brittany.
Yep.
So, yeah, in one form or another, he's always been connected to surfing and to competition and to thinking about the logic of surfing, which helps.
Yeah, exactly. And I had a few brothers that surfed, a surfing family, half English, half French, grew up in Brittany. Sort of sponsored by Billabong in his junior years. I worked under Richard Marsh, actually, a coach, and grew up with him coaching. And then as he got a bit older, he was always one of the more mature and sort of switched on sort of kids, and he became the team manager. You know, Dog entrusted him with that type of stuff. He was really good at that job as well. And now he's just going off and doing a bit of his own coaching and sort of studies as well. So, yeah, really smart guy and doing well. So great to see anyone having a crack, and you never know. 2 events here. If he can get himself a start in the Challenger Series, he'll be over the moon.
His brother was a good surfer too back in the day.
Yeah.
Gordon, right?
Gordon Fontaine, yeah. Yeah, exactly. So real surfing family, really schooled, and often, yeah, growing up with those elder brothers, you know, you're always pushing them. A lot of those really good surfers have had, you know, elder brothers. You know, well, you look at Bruce and Andy Irons, Mick Fanning had a lot of elder brothers.
Yeah.
You know, they just really pushed them really hard. Tom Carroll, and his older Nick Carroll. So, yeah, there's all those brother combos that, you know, you just always want to beat your bigger brother, don't you? And
it's an effect, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's the brother effect.
Absolutely. And well, right now, Seth Morris, not sure if he's got brothers or sisters, but he's got a lead. 4.67 and a 3.00. Not a huge scores, but enough to just give him a bit of distance from his opponents. And with 14 minutes on the clock, that's what you want. Great scenes. See Kashkai there. See, oh, that's where you're knocking about these days, right, Jose?
Yeah, exactly. That's Casa da Guia, Costa da Guia. Yeah, that's where I'm from.
So along that coast is a string of, up the tops of, you know, sort of harbour, isn't it? And then you sort of move your way as you pan south. There's all sorts of little nooks and crannies, all some good reefs in there, a couple of great beaches. Amazing, some of those little beach bars. What's down with the pools on in front of the beach down there?
In Guincho, yeah, it's called Crismina, that specifically beach you're talking about.
Yeah, so just all sorts of, what do you want? You want a sushi restaurant? You got it. You want you want 6-foot barrels? They're there. You want a reef break? No worries.
You want a sunset-y like wave? There's a wave like that as well.
Right.
Yeah, it's a nice place to grow up.
Yeah, beautiful part of the coast. Not far away at all, just on the other side of Lisbon. This is panning down on the south shores down here in Caparica. A little bit more protected. Really good, consistent winter spot, just by virtue of that. But gets all sorts of waves, all times of the year. Pretty rare. It's really, isn't it, in sort of April to get these 1 to 2 foot clean days.
Yeah.
It's not, it happens, but as we see, wrapping cup out those rails. I'm all over those rails. I reckon that's a great little bit of Michel Berezes. He used to sort of fire that out. And Seth Morris has just tagged another wave. So really strong, competitive surfing there from Seth.
And you know what? I love his style. It's not like a Adrian Toyon, Rob Machado kind of style. You know, he has his own character to it, but it's different. I like it.
It's not busy, is it? So we've seen some of the other surfers sort of been sort of aggressive and overly sort of a lot of board movement and a lot of action just to try and get the thing. But he's a bit more relaxed. Talk us through his technique here for him, mate.
Yeah, first good carve, beautiful. Yeah, you're right. The rails really stand out. And then finishes off very well here, straight to a little jogging on the beach.
Yeah, bit of flair, bit of, you know, just showing the judges he's still got it. Put his fins out, even though it was right on the sand. And Seth Morris just trying to improve on a 3, so I think he'll do that, a 4.5. So just nudges his heat total northwards. Grabs a bit more of a lead over his opponents. Teichner, Van der Waal and Foray just haven't really had their chance to shine as yet. 12 minutes to go though, plenty of time. There's also, I mean, there's waves in the middle of that bay there, isn't there, as well? That island right in the middle. There's a crazy right-hander that, I mean, it's almost impossible to get to without jet ski assistance and knowing exact right tide at the right time, the right swell. But incredible waves in there. It's still pretty crazy to think in this whole sort of stretch of coast, there's still waves that go unridden, you know? Like, there's not many parts in the world that quality waves go unridden, situated right in front of a city, 2 million people or whatever it is. So, yeah, it's a crazy coast, so many waves, and that man Teichner just trying to get his board. Van der Waal, here we go, trying to get back in the game. Needs a tiny score to get up in second. And he finishes up on the sand as well.
His board is really flat, and then it has a kick like on the back and in the nose rocket. Yeah,
the old banana boards, Greg Webber's old banana boards.
Yeah, exactly.
Not quite that extreme, but yeah, you can just see that little quite severe nose rocker, a bit of tail rocker as well. So the rocker of the board, for those people that maybe watching, is just the curve of the board, so how much it curves. A board with no rocker is would be dead flat like an ironing board. And as soon as you add a bit of bend into it, or rocker as it's called in the surfing game, it gets more and more bendy until you get to a banana board. But yeah, well, so far he's just waiting on the score, but he should be get going. Meanwhile, the Frenchman paddles for that. That's a priority mistake. That could come back to haunt him as well, unless he goes the next one. But he hasn't. So that's the little mistakes. Meanwhile, Morris is in the right spot at the right time. There you go. Nice styles you're talking about. In the lip. No nerves, is there? Doesn't look like he's going to miss any sections. Just looks calm. Meanwhile, Foray just having a shocker. Priority mistake. And is that what happens? Sometimes you make one mistake and that leads to another one?
Yeah. Sometimes you get in that spiral and it's hard to get out of. It's not easy to break the cycle. He looks like he's kind of in this cycle, you know, 10 minutes to go. But also the beauty of surfing is you can, you know, turn that cycle inside out in 2 minutes in conditions like this, if the waves keep on going to you.
Yeah, exactly. That's a lot of waves can get ridden. We've seen Seth Morris sort of chalking up, you know, 4 or 5 waves all around the same mark, near the 4.8. But yeah, I think old Kaitan Foray would love a 4-point ride right now. As you see the surface sort of splitting off into 2 sort of different sections. Van der Waal with priority, he ignores that one. Nice sort of drone angle of where the surface is situated on the bank.
Van der Waal must be Belgium's biggest promise.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw a few. We had another Belgian surfer, but didn't get through in the previous heats. But yeah, Van der Waal definitely one of the top-ranked surfers. Had I think he's spent a fair bit of time maybe down the Canary Islands, growing up surfing down there. So, but yeah, in terms of in Belgians, he's been on the European qualifying series for a little while now. So he's got just enough experience now to do a bit of damage. German contingent also strong. Teichner had a really strong Olympic sort of coaching team. The Germans backed.
I think that guy there with his hands behind his back is Martin Mango, one of German's Olympic coaches.
Oh, yep.
And he's been coaching, a lot of the guys. And actually, we talked about that in the Azores.
We did. Yeah, he's always got a football. Always got a ball.
Always got a ball.
Yeah, I know him. Yeah, I've seen him around. Yeah, exactly. So, big support network. What a great German surfers. I mean, there's such a scene in there. There's obviously the river surfing scene. Although there's no waves in Germany, they just love surfing. They travel so much. They're down here in their droves in Portugal, in France, in Bali, and they've really taken to it as a sport. The Germans, which is great to see.
Yeah,
always the froth. Well, I love seeing those. In Peniche or Estrella, there's always so keen. There's always so much positivity coming from that part of the world when it comes to surf. They are, really, really just enthusiastic and keen. And we're going to see a bit more action coming up shortly. 7 minutes. Okay, so we've just had the announcement. This is going to be the last heat of the day. So this swell, not so much the swell as the tide. And so, unfortunately, for those, well, maybe not for the surfers in the next heat, it's all over. So it's going to be a wrap after this. We've just got 6.5 minutes plus a little bit of a post show to go through some of the day's highlights. And we are looking at a last flurry before the end of the night. So, done pretty well. Got through a lot of heats today.
Yeah, it held up a lot more than I expected. But this was really the heat where you can see the backwash starting to confuse everything, and that there's not, conditions are really getting worse and worse. And so this is a QS, 3,000 points. A lot of decisions that come down to this one in the next event. So it will be the last heat of the day.
Yep, so the last day's come in, that's right. We can see some lineups coming in. The high tides is probably causing just too much lulls, and when they come through, they're a bit close to shore and not at much action. But it doesn't mean that these guys aren't going to stop. They've got 5 minutes to get through to the all-important round of 96 with some of the big seeds start turning up. See Van der Waal in second place, goes to the left.
Oh, lost his priority.
Yeah, so
he's second place, but he's not that secure there. 4.43 for Marco and 5.79 for Forêt. So it's no one's game in this heat. Seth is obviously a bit better than the other guys, but yeah. Yeah,
exactly. Seth's been strong, but all to play for. Van der Waal, Teichner and Forêt needing a 5.79 and 4.43. We've also got the highlights of the day coming up in the post show. We'll have some of the best waves, the best heat totals, some of our particular highlights. We've got some packages made up by the G-Force, the master editor. And so we've got plenty to come. Don't go anywhere, folks. Right now, though, Seth Morris been too good in this heat, Zay.
Yeah, just I didn't know Seth Morris that well. I didn't know he's surfing at least. And really impressed with his style and the way he's competing in this heat. Just didn't make any mistake. He's going against this guy right here, Van der Waal. Really good surfer. Really very technical surfer, stylish. So he's a European contender, the European promise. But that is not always what matters the most. What matters the most is what you do in these 25 minutes. And Mr. Morris right here is doing everything right.
Yep. So did well. Morris pretty comfortable. Van der Waal in second, but he knows that Teichner needing a 4.43. He goes for a, so he's the one that needs a 5.79. So if this wave doesn't cut it, he's just making many mistakes.
He's a big guy.
A big guy, but it's falling off. You can see the frustration. And he's got to get back out there. He's still got time. Well, he's got 3 minutes and 15 seconds of time. And he's just got to start eliminating those mistakes. Just got one wrap in, and then sort of eyes lit up a bit after this turn, this second turn, and then it all just went a little bit haywire.
Yeah, he carved there, but the waves are just look how laid down they are. Not a lot of power at the moment in the ocean, not a lot of energy. It's getting fatter and fatter.
But yeah, it is that high tide. That's hence the decision to call it off after this. Teichner still chasing a 4.43. He's got a little right-hander. Nice offshore breeze. Comes around the corner, nice wrap. Just hoping for a bit of a steep section, but that tide just coming out, getting another step in here, snaps it off, finishes on the shore. So a 4.43, just a little bit kind of soft, that wave.
Yeah,
to work
not
for
a
all
lot
his
of
turns.
Not a lot of acceleration on the turns, but the wave wasn't bad. He might have been able to get the score if he put some more aggression in that.
Yeah, 3.93, so it wasn't enough. So that could be that. Dying embers of the first day of the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest. We're finishing up after this heat. Straight into the post show. Seth Morris, he'll be happy with his performance. Bit of speed there. Loving the yellow rails. And he finishes off on the sand. So good surfing from the great British surfer.
He's surfing with, I think this is a Portuguese surfboard.
Yeah, Mata. He's on the Mata
yep.
shapes. So spends a fair bit of time down here. Does Seth. And he's looking good. Looking strong. Minute to go. He's out in front. Still waiting to see if Teichner or Ferre can do something. Here's the replay. This wave came out of nothing, really. But just stood up. Blue just didn't quite make his. Morris just went all the way to shore. 1 minute to go. Pretty much booked his spot in the next round. And we have a small window here. 1 minute left of the day's live action before the post show kicks in, and it looks like I don't think there's going to be much action here. Zate just looks a little bit not much motion in the ocean.
Yeah, completely changed in a matter of 5 minutes.
Yeah, the next surfer there, so Ryan Coelho, young Brazilian, actually had a really good run in the Azores as well, but he can do straight out free surfing. He's like, yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
I'm still going surfing. I've still got 2 hours of daylight left.
I'm still ready.
He's straight out there. And 15 seconds to go. No waves are going to come through, unfortunately. Seth Morris, well done. Well surfed. And he's happy with that. Vanderbilt also sneaks through with a relatively low heat total for Rat and Teichner. Well, they've got Santa Cruz. They'll always have Santa Cruz to look forward to. And that's a wrap. So, there we go. You'll have to assess that defeat, suck it up, and try and learn from it. All part of the learning curve for these QS competitors. That man, well, everything went to plan for him. Surf well, good heat strategy. British have had a good day today. And he's going to come in. Don't lose those fins on that little shore. There you go. Look after that yellow railed board. Looks pretty
Board's
amazing.
a keeper.
And he's happy. Seth Morris there.
First place, Seth Morris.
Okay, so we're going to go up
967
there. We might get a chance to talk to him after he comes in, speaks to Goanna. Right now, though, we're going to have a short commercial break. Come back with the highlights of the day's packages. All the best waves, the best heat totals, the best dancing, the best times. Stay tuned, folks. Come back for the post show right after this short commercial break.
Almada, território de muitos.
Welcome back to the beautiful capital city of Portugal, Lisbon. We are here for the Estrella, Galicia, Caparica Surf Fest 2022. My name is Ben Mundy. I've just had the first day of competition. I'm joined by Paul Evans for the post-show. Paul, how would you sum up today's proceedings in one word?
In one word, fun.
Cool. And what's your main takeouts? What have you learnt, Paul?
Well, if the QS was a worm and we've cut it in half with a spade, it's still got plenty of wriggle in it, Ben.
Yeah, okay, I like that. A bit aggressive, but it's true. This is QS. You forget about it, you come back, and as soon as you get into it, you think, yeah, you're in your safe spot. Right now, there's Seth Morris. He's in the safe spot. He got first and last heat. He's down on the beach with Joanna Garnell.
Thanks, Ben. Congratulations. Last heat of the day, and what a way to end the day, right?
Yeah, it was good. A little bit nervous going into it 'cause I haven't competed in a while, but it was good to get in and get some waves.
And these waves are a bit similar to the ones back home, right?
Yeah, it's a bit like my local, a little bit of backwash, but it was clean and plenty of opportunities.
And do you have a big crew hanging out with you here?
Yeah, we've got a good British crew with us. We've got a couple coaches. Joel is involved, my coach, and we've got all the Welsh, the Irish, the English, big crew, all supporting, which is really nice when you're in the heat.
How's the vibe?
Yeah, really good. Everyone's super on it, super loud, which is good.
And that's the way you go through rounds, right? With a lot of support.
Yeah, exactly. It's great. We all support each other, and we all do the same for each other, supporting, and it's nice to know you got that backing.
Well, it's great that you made it through. Congratulations, and we'll see you in the next round.
Great, thank you very much. Cheers.
Thanks, Joanna. Yeah, they got the support. Joel Gray, the mole down there, he's doing his business. We've also got a lot of English backing their man, and
Welsh.
And the Irish, he said.
A West Wallian. He's from Pembrokeshire,
Yeah,
Broadhaven.
Pembrokeshire, and great to see all those crew hanging out, having fun. Tell you what, there was the Estrella Galicia wave of the day, Paul. Sort of.
Where's it going to go?
Well, you know what? This man could have had two. I mean, he was on fire throughout the course of the event. He had an early heat win, did well. Went in his second heat, absolutely tore it up.
Classic.
Samuel Igo de Souza, and he got the Estrella Galicia wave of the day, absolutely ripping it to pieces. Should we have a look at it, Paul?
I'd love to.
Here we go. Talk us through it.
Well, we talked about the energy from him, and that's what he'll bring. And he's got that rubber man kind of feel to his surfing too. Yeah, just teeing off on this thing. Relentless, really. Just showing no mercy whatsoever. Cobra Kai belts it all the way to the inside, and he knows it's a job well done. He knows how to score waves on the QS, score points, and he's going to come back, bring that energy, and package it up, hopefully, for day two.
Yeah, he got another 7 in that heat as well, so the highest heat total of the day as well. So amazing.
Doesn't surprise
surfing.
me.
No, he's looking sharp. He's looking fast. He's looking not like us, basically. Right now, though, we've had a pretty good day. Just a nice little teaser. We've got so much more live action. We've got the girls.
Where's your Stoke commenter, Ben?
Yeah.
You stoked?
Oh, absolutely stoked.
Ding, ding.
I mean, it's actually piqued my interest, if that were possible, on the QS. I've had a great day. Great to be back in Caparica, one of my favourite parts of the world. Great to see the surfers all battling out for some big points, big prize money, and that all-important Challenger Series spot. Right now, though, we're going to go to a short. We're going to go to the highlights. We're going to see some of the best action from the day, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for turning up.